precedent studies. It was really interesting thinking about, once I decided this is going to be a powerful intervention where I don't want people to be confused between, oh, what's new, what's old. It's really going to be celebrating that contrast. So looking at the ways to contrast material and by creating a distinct formal language between the two kind of masses. And then landscape analysis was really thinking about all the runoff coming from that's going to enter the lake, wanting to have a lot of space for vegetation and like natural grasses and stuff to filter out the water as it enters the lake. This is a larger scale site plan I kind of just did to have an understanding of, where people are coming from along this trail. And, you could go get your bike fixed and then bike along the trail and stop at the rooftop bar, or come from the library to come watch a movie, and just understanding the greater fabric of how it stitches into Austin. This is the largest scale site plan. So entry coming from Cesar Chavez or off the hike and bike trails from each side. Kind of understanding the existing, there's a big cell phone tower right there and the pavilion, and yeah, like pretty self-explanatory, I suppose. So the first floor coming off the hiking bike, it's just, I don't really know the best way to do this. Is it best to just kind of go through each plan and briefly walk you through the project, do you think, Professor Blood?
I think it's going about right so far. I've also got on a second screen, I can open up your files and look through them. So if I want to look back at something else, I can do it there. So okay. I don't know if everyone could do that, but that's, it works. It's about right.
Okay, sounds good. So yeah, so the first floor, the first floor is really meant to be an open floor plan. So if people want to rent out the space to have a big event, then they can, or a big screening of some film, they can do that. Here's the cove, which is outdoor and connects to the hiking bike trail. So people could have, like a yoga class or different things, event gatherings there, kind of similarly to in the fields surrounding the building. I added a mezzanine level between the water level and the ground floor to provide more seating, space for the kitchen, and a way of connecting. If you enter here and go down the stairs towards the water, you also have the option to enter here. This is the ground floor level. So entering, get your tickets, you can go down or go to the theater. And then on the roof, the outdoor bar, covered area, 2 different screens and circulation sections. These are different perspective views. So this is that mezzanine level that I was talking about that overlooks the water. Entry from Cesar Chavez. That's, yeah. If there's anything you want me to go back and talk more about, please let me know.
I think that's fine. None of us quite know how to start the review. Any suggestions about that, or Danelle or Uli, or?
You can ask some questions.
Okay.
Ramsey, do you want to talk about maybe kind of going back to the first half of the semester, how that translated into the project, and maybe also talk about, because you were talking about, I don't know which term you used, that it's not subtle, that it's an intervention, how you're juxtaposing your proposal, again, what you're proposing to add to the building to the existing building, and how do you think you're achieving that juxtaposition and that it stands out?
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Okay, I guess.
Sorry, I know it's a 2-part question.
You're good. I was trying to figure out which one to start with and how to answer the context from the first half of the semester is more of a gray area. I don't think that we really our final project, we didn't spend, it was a very kind of quick study, and it stitched into the stuff from the beginning of the semester, but not like directly. Does that like I think I started when I was designing it and how much I wanted the theaters to be open or closed or connected or not connected, that the drawing of the black pit at the bottom was what kind of allowed me to say, okay, where do I want, in the same way that you could go from light to dappled to dark, you can go from the old to the stitching in between to the new. So the theaters are new, dark. The stitching in between is the kind of circulation between. As you enter the building, you are presented with these frames of the old building, the existing structure surrounding you, with the new theaters that are right in front of you or that you're entering. And the theaters are clad in you know, the metal paneling, so it becomes a very clear contrast between the two.
It is a super hard question. I don't even know if I can answer it because I work in both worlds, and so it's two same operation, same skill set, but completely different than the way we think about things. So I think the thing you're doing, which is unusual here, is that you are so unapologetic about the part which is being added to the building. So it's not, you know, buried or hidden underground or out in the water. It is attached to the building and very, very visible as a thing.
But I also don't know, Ramsey, if it's as subtle or not subtle as you think, I should say. Like, to me, it sort of tucks itself nicely to the corner of what I see in your perspective views. I don't see it as much of a spectacle as, say, the precedents might suggest. And this isn't, in fact, a criticism. I think you're doing a really advanced job of addressing this parasitic form to what we appreciate about Sea Home. I think that there's some contextual moves with where you stereotomically cut out the voids, you know, that there is a relationship to the datum of the existing structure, which I think is very carefully considered. So I'm not sure if the big statement of it not being subtle is exactly what you might want to convey about this, because I do think that it's not an outlandish blob form that's so distinct in its geometry that we really recognize it as a different organism. It's still orthogonal. It's very much playing by a few of the secondary and tertiary rules that are set up for you to consider by the main structure. So I just want to point that out to you, and I guess offer maybe some way for you to see it maybe in a different light, but in a credited light. And then I was interested in the early work. I think it's really quite interesting and speculative. And I wish that some of that thinking would have carried through a little bit more to the second half. You were able to really clearly define to us how the frames influence the design of that work, and sectionally how you pulled people through an experience of light consideration. And I just wish that your description of moving us through, not just your verbal description, because I do think you said a few things verbally, but that don't show up so clearly, say, in this last slide of perspective views. I would have expected the sort of influence of framework, framing the shots very specifically from specific eye heights, you know, like the first one, the Southwest view, I would have expected that to be from the perspective of someone in a kayak, rather than the bird that's at the third story of your space. And the restaurant mezzanine to have been the view that you described verbally as a frame, and that the light quality does the sort of transitions from dark to light that you described. To me, the perspective views don't do really justice to what I imagine the light quality would be like. So I would just suggest you to pay a little bit closer attention to what you were able to achieve in that first half of the semester, and how that could possibly be translated to this work a little bit further.
Yeah, I kind of want to build upon Professor Briscoe's comments. I agree. I mean, it's not it's not as outrageous, your intervention, as some of the examples that you're showing. So I'm wondering, you know, which way would it go? Right now, you know, it feels, I mean, it's noticeable, but it's, you know, I mean, imagine this might be, you know, shiny metal, maybe it's even kind of a polished plate steel or something, and it might actually be more subtle than you might imagine. I mean, think about, you know, there's obviously kind of those interventions and additions that you showed us that are really, you know, these shapes that clearly break from the orthogonal shapes of what they're being added to. But then think about, you know, think about a project like the Tate Modern in London that has this glass box on top, which is super subtle. But it's, you know, it's obviously an addition and it's elegant. So I think right now, I mean, I really like what you're doing and I really appreciate the project. And I don't think it needs to be louder and wave hello. I think it works successfully. If you wanted to take it further, I mean, what I like that you can actually still read the 3 movie theaters as these shapes in there. I mean, I'm wondering, I'm especially looking at the top left perspective, because you kind of starting to blend them together. I'm wondering if you would still be able, might there be a reveal between those 2 shapes and you still read the 3 volumes? If you wanted to take it further and you really wanted to make it into that blob, then maybe they shouldn't be orthogonal in plan. I mean, clearly the shape and section is responding to the program inside of it, right? The sloped seating. But what might happen in plan that makes it maybe bulge, you know, is it maybe the acoustics that actually all of a sudden it goes out of this orthogonal plan? That said, I don't think you have to go there. I'm just kind of giving you some ideas how that could happen. And, you know, I agree with Professor Frisco too. I think you have, you know, kind of looking at the framing and the sequencing that you did in the first project, I think you're getting there, but I think really, I mean, there's so many unique ways you can enter. You can enter at the lower level, you can enter from the street, from Cesar Chavez, you can enter from the trail. And then really kind of the experience of moving through the building and capturing these different moments and maybe heightening that. I mean, it's probably almost all there, but maybe even for your own documentation, kind of going back, maybe taking some stills out of that, out of your model. I mean, I guess you can just kind of move through the model and do kind of a still animation to document the project.
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. I like your statement and the clarity of approach. I like that you showed that weird Coop Himmelblau blob thing that's like, you know, stuck itself on top of the other building. And I agree with the comments completely. I think it's very well behaved for something that's unapologetic. Then that might be exactly right. What I think is really interesting or weird is that the Coop Himmelblau project embodies what a lot of like seems to be like architect as making ego statement or like imposing their identity onto the building, which is exactly the opposite of how we work in film design. Again, the narrative is what drives the program and story drives the program. And so I'm wondering if there's a way to go back to that. And I'm actually looking at your Steadicam shot right here, which is, I think, one of the most interesting things that everyone did early on in the semester. So it's like talking about the sequence of tracking through in a complex spatial experience, and wonder if there's something about the immersion into the experience that might be the way that you might infuse this with your intention as well.
Having been all up in the final section models and drawings, I've really enjoyed your opening and your fly through, because I got to see moments, I saw verbatim moments from your sectional model in your fly through, and to kind of carry it through. You got real risque with the section model because there was no responsibility. And I feel like that one more push, if you could treat the experience of the model that you did with me in that building, I think there could be like that, the experience, like you look down that long, we went down that long corridor and you had the repetition above, I'm talking about your fly through. And but I see those movie theaters, I see those chunks. Where can you take moments now and address the light and the experience? I think we're all taught, you said it, but I want to see it more. I think that there's so many opportunities in your building for this to happen. It's like you have these two pieces and they're almost there. And there's so many beautiful moments that you need to think about the experience that you did in the sectional model. Now, where are those moments that you can start to do that? You're so close, or you're like right there. And granted, we had a lot of time to, on that model, but I think that there's a beautiful correlation between both projects. And if you could take that push one more further because you talked about your frame by frame and experiencing the space and how the light interacts. So where are those moments? I think you can capture them, and you could even do another board that would explain, because I see you've thought about it, because you can see it in the fly through. And I think you can now pull those moments and give us that experience. And I love how you've integrated it with how many different ways you can enter, because you're right, there's so many different things going on in that area. So give us those experiences, show us, so it's not just verbal and we can see it, because you've thought about it.
I mean, another, can you go back to your perspectives? Sorry, I'm not trying to hog the floor here. Another level to look at, kind of juxtaposing the old and new, is maybe at the material level. And you've talked about that, right? One's concrete, one's maybe steel or metal, but then really thinking about what's the format. Like the metal is going to have a format on that. There's going to be seams on that. Is that going to be really different? Is it going to appear a whole lot more tectonic than the stereoatomic concrete shape of the existing Sion power plant? It could be a lot more subtle, that juxtaposition, right? It doesn't have to be the Coop Himmelblau floating saucer on top of the building.
If I may add
back to your plan, Ramsey. Oh, sorry, Bernardo. Go ahead.
It's okay. I just want to add something. I think it's a very interesting approach. I think it's architecturally, it's interesting. The one thing that I'm lacking as a viewer is a better representation of this cladding, of this, exactly as what Uli was saying. I think that is the principal design element in your design, is that contrast. And I see it in the volumes, in the shapes, but I don't see it represented in any of the illustrations. Just I like the examples, I like those architects, but I would love for you to have spent a little bit of time on just showing it in a one perspective to show that drama. And the other thing is, more speaking, I don't know if as a film designer or as an architect, somewhere in between, I think the inhabitant of buildings in film is not the characters, but it is the camera and light, and what camera does to the spaces. And in architecture, it is the people that live the spaces. But also the one shared element, the most important element that is shared between the two worlds is light, and how lights inhabit those spaces. What I'm lacking here is a bit of a light study in where is the sunset, how does the sun move within the building? And I think it's well placed. I think you could get some dramatic light movement within the space. I like what you've done with all the negative space and the dramatic diagonal lines. I think those could create like a lot of drama to your building. So yeah, I think it's a very interesting approach. I would have focused a little bit more on the materials and about the light, and less about bird views, cool animations. But at the end, I think what's more important is contrast and light. And I think you've got it in your design. I'm just missing it in your representation a little bit.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Good.
Is there time for more questions, John, or is it?
Final question.
Okay, well, I just wanted to go back to your site plan, Ramsey, if you could pull that up. Because yes, I mean, I think I was really glad to see that you had Christy Ten Eyck, landscape architects, as one of your precedents that you were studying, and that you're even addressing the role as landscape architect when we consider our built environment. I think that it's really important that we're not isolating ourselves from what we think of as another material, the planting material, the flora and fauna that are a part of what our palette should be about now. I just want to maybe suggest that this take on the same level of thinking that's been described with your building, with the lighting, with the textures, and the way that you either act subtly or with a little bit more adversity. This, as a site plan, feels somewhat generic, and even in all your other renderings and every other visualization, it feels very generic. And I think that you could treat the plants, treat the landscape like a material palette that you actually can be gestural with, and that we start to consider not just the hike and bike trail, which I think gets a little lost in here. I wish that that were something that you made as one of your frames, like an important frame, but also just the like sequence of drop-offs. I know that this is a logistical, mundane thing, but to consider more of a contemporary scenario where most people are going to take a lift here or ride their bikes. There won't be the need for a parking lot. That's not a big enough, so I think taking on the user flow and traffic network that you are trying to address here, I think would just be another level of you understanding the experience of spaces, which also deal with light, which also deal with frames, the things that we are so intrigued by in your first half of the semester work. I think that needs to carry through a little bit more to the outside of the building.
Okay. Any other final questions for reviewers? Or Ramsey, anything else you'd like feedback on?
I think that was really helpful because I had been wanting to, I never felt like something was missing and tying it back, and I knew it was related to the light, but I didn't know how to capture it. And I think this helped a lot with, exactly what the next step is.
So light and almost tactile qualities or texture and materials, because that's how Christine Tenike thinks about landscape in a certain sense. So I would just heighten your awareness of those other things. Very good. Thanks for kicking us off. I appreciate it very much.
Great
Very
job.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Great. Good. Andre, are you good to go? I think you're next on the list. Andre, are you in the room?
I am.
Yes, good. Okay. All right. All right. Your show.
All right, everyone can hear me fine?
Yes.
Sounds good. Hope everyone is doing well. I'm Andre. Let me share my screen here. Okay. So to begin my presentation, I will start actually with my site plan. Okay. So this study for this project aims to channel in users from all ways of travel in the surrounding vicinity by rerouting the Butler hike and bike trail to take on this boardwalk to the front of the C Home intake building over the Lady Bird Lake, much as the Butler Trail takes more of a boardwalk form towards I-35 and Pleasant Valley on the eastern side of downtown and central Austin. And it welcomes in users as well from Cesar Chavez through this access strip, which remains slightly in dialogue with the pedestrian crossing coming from the mixed-use development around the old C Home turbine generator building, as well as the Central Library downtown and the C Home Park space across Cesar Chavez Street. And it's a celebrated entrance through a trellis system, like a gridded trellis system, through between Cesar Chavez Street and the actual main hub, the main hall of the C Home intake complex. And so this outdoor gathering space includes a outdoor auditorium and a beer garden pavilion where people can engage in socializing and drinking adult beverages, or perhaps for the kids, not so much. And so the existing structure engulfs the added program, which creates a sense of hierarchy by preserving the formal identity of the C home intake complex, while populating the interior of the complex with pod spaces. So now I'll go to precedents here, such as ticket booths or a restaurant on a mezzanine level. And then there's one outdoor auditorium, like I mentioned previously, and then there are 3 indoor auditoriums. And these radiate out from the main hall, which it serves as a hub for these users where they can go to the indoor bar or the restaurant on the mezzanine level, or they can get their ticketing or go to use the restrooms primarily. And there's also these outdoor interventions that provide, it follows the pod typology, but also respects being outdoors, so it's not total enclosure. And so with the precedents here, I looked at the Filmplex, which is in New York, done by LTL Architects, I believe in '97, for these vertically stacked cinema auditoriums. So I really like the condition in section that there's 2 movies going on at the same time, and what's the relationship between each viewing area to one another. And then for the outdoor pavilion trellis space, I looked at the MFO Park in Zurich, Switzerland, by Burkhardt and Partner and Radershaw. And so that provides like this open, airy space, which it's not total enclosure, but it's a good transition between the total outdoor C home park across the street and the enclosed C home intake building. And then for the outdoor auditorium space, there's the Manil collection in Houston by Renzo Piano that I looked at for these operable overhead louvers. And then for the interior pod spaces, 2 semesters ago, I went on a site visit with Dean Almy Studio to Overland Partners in San Antonio, where it was an adaptive reuse intervention, and the spaces were populated with these interior pods, which don't disrupt the form of the building. They don't latch onto perimeter walls or ceiling structure, and you can still populate with program. And then for the outdoor 4 theater concert space, I looked at this outdoor theater in China, just as like a gently stepping down space where people can sort of feel kid-like. I remember in my elementary school, there was like this little corner space, like in the library, where it was like gently stepping down, and people could like, say crisscross applesauce, or get really intimate, and then listen to stories. So that's the precedents. Here were some sketches that I drew up. So this one is with my hike and bike trail intervention. So at the juncture point between the Shoal Creek Trail and the Ann and Roy Butler hike and bike trail, it begins to take this serpentine boardwalk-like form in front of the building. And the part of the hike and bike trail where it would branch off of the Cesar Chavez side would just continue as a sidewalk. And that frees up the front axis of the building for entry. And so that was also done in this site study right here, this bottom sketch, where originally I thought about it as a place where I thought about it from the
Andre,
commuter perspective.
Andre, so you can wrap up in about 2 minutes, okay?
Okay. I thought about it from like a suburban commuter perspective, where people would be driving primarily, and so that disrupted the front entry to my building. And so what I did was I freed it up and opened up the access for the pedestrian, which is the more common user in Austin rather than the driver, to connect with the C Home Park and open space. And so here's plans. For some reason, when I converted this all into like this one big PDF, it put the mezzanine level after the river level, but I will go and I will reverse that order. So here's my theater space with 2 elevators to go down to the bottom one. Ticketing booth and kiosks here. These are picnic tables for people to sit down and socialize in the beer garden area. Outdoor auditorium here. And then here's the indoor bar. This is the river level. The mezzanine level is here in between. So escalators connect to this as a midpoint. So this is in between the 2 levels of the current existing structure. And so this is the restaurant, and the kitchen space is in here. It's about the minimum for an industrial sized kitchen. And then here's like a conference room, and then offices for employees. Another auditorium here, and then one underground here. The ground, it is under the ground here. And these are multi-purpose rooms for like birthday parties or employee or employer conferences. Then more space for employees that's not to the public. And then here are some perspectives. This would be what the boardwalk and the building condition would be with the downtown background. This would be like a setting at night viewing a movie, like from Cesar Chavez Street from Sidewalk. The indoor, the outdoor auditorium space, sorry, with a concert setting. The feel of the indoor theater. And this was like an idea model that I made at the beginning of this project. Then I have a walkthrough, or a fly-through rather, or a walkthrough, sorry, excuse me, and a GIF showing the operable overhead, the operable overhead louver system going on. So let me get this started. Can you also see my screen? I'll just play it right. Here. And so this takes on 2 perspectives, one coming from the boardwalk and one coming from the Cesar Chavez side of the site, which in my first film study at the beginning of the semester, it was a Steadicam shot that followed several people at the beginning of a James Bond 007 film, Spectre. And so this is 2 perspectives coming into the same same auditorium, just different seats. And then here's a operability of the overhead louvers and OB. So here they are in a closed setting, and then they're adjusting to an open setting to allow in more light from the north.
Okay.
You might want to
Go back to the screen. Yeah.
Can you go back to your site? I have a little bit of a hard time putting all the pieces together, and the way you kind of had organized the floor plans didn't help you there. Can you go to the site plan, or the, I don't know, or was there a ground floor plan where you're kind of showing everything that you're adding to the north of the building?
Right here.
I guess so, yeah. So is all of this outdoor space? Is the beer garden, is that all outdoor? It's just under this trellis system?
Yes.
And what do you have there to the north of that amphitheater, that auditorium? What is all that? Yeah, that
Oh,
right.
so this is I can go back to the render to demonstrate, or to show rather. This is like just a like a green space for flower plantings and bushes.
Can you go back to your plan? So is that the only part you're adding? Really, everything else is happening inside of the existing buildings? Is that right?
The indoor cinema auditoriums actually aren't populating the existing structure too. They're like radiating out. So
That's an
there's two.
addition there to the west there.
What was that?
That's an addition there to the west.
That's an addition there to the west, and then underground to the north. So this
Okay.
is the river level plan, and that's one under ground level.
Okay.
Professor Briscoe, your microphone's muted.
Okay, yeah, I was just gonna say that I am like Professor Dangle, having a hard time kind of following what your big strategy is, what the idea is, so that we can always know what to bounce the next thing off of. And I would like to get a sense of appreciation for the landscape move versus the infill, but I don't know how you are really positioning the landscape move in relationship to what would be the infill. It's unclear just based on the sequence of floor plan events or even from the perspectives. So I think a simple diagram of what your concept is would be helpful for you to have in your portfolio so that we know what the basics are, what is the big move. And then off of that, if I understand it correctly, I wish that there was maybe a little bit more of an integration between what I see as a frontal landscape position of the beer garden and then what you do to see home. It feels like there's just not any integration or crossover between those two events. And in your floor plan, like the main ground floor, it's really kind of only as you press through that threshold of the sea home that you get to see, say, the waterway. So imagine being in a beer garden, you're on the water, but you don't get to see it because it's being blocked by this building that we love in front of you. So I just think that you need to treat that as more of a filter rather than the wall presence that it seems to have. And there might be moments that you have explored that, but it's not coming across, to me at least, how you can filter through the sea home to get at the aspects of the site that are really outstanding. So I think a little bit of representation, clarification would be necessary for you.
Can you go back to that ground floor plan or whatever that shows that all the outdoor spaces, Andre? Like what is happening in your sea home building here? You got mostly, I guess you've got like a ticketing booth in there. You've got some bathrooms in there. Yeah, I mean, I agree with Professor Briscoe. I think, like, I never get an entire kind of three-dimensional sense of what you're doing. So a diagram, a series of diagrams, exploded axons that kind of shows how the pieces come together. Because I think you've done a lot of programmatic space planning here that it's just hard to put together three-dimensionally. We kind of see it all in plan. It looks like you've done a lot of work. So I think you would kind of do a service to yourself and kind of document that in a series of diagrams. Yeah, the addition to the front or the north side of the building, I agree with Professor Briscoe. How can you make more of a connection, and maybe through connection to the river, to the waterfront there? And also maybe is there a way to kind of, I know you obviously want to connect to the developments across the street, but Cesar Chavez, like that edge right there is not terribly nice, right? I don't know if I would want to sit there at a table and have a beer. I mean, there's nothing wrong with kind of having a nice urban experience and sitting on a sidewalk and having a drink, right? But I don't think that's it right now here. I think, I don't know if there's kind of idea where you maybe have additional filtering there, and then there are certain ways where you can kind of punch through. I mean, you kind of have that trellis idea, so maybe that starts to, maybe it starts to come down on the north side and of the whole development, and allows you to punch through in certain instances and connect through whatever is happening across the street. So, like the table's right there at the edge, at the top northern edge. the northern edge, not the top northern edge, the northern edge. And, you know, those are maybe those are not going to be there. And maybe there's something else there. Maybe there's a ticking booth there. Maybe there are restrooms there. Maybe there's a solid bar there. And then you have kind of this green element in between that it kind of connects you through that open air theater, which could also be nice because then as you drive by in your car on Cesar Chavez, you kind of get a glimpse as you look to the left or right, depending on which side you come from. You kind of maybe get a sense of that screening at night, that outdoor screening, but you're kind of being denied any further visual access. So it could be kind of a nice way of framing that from the street and, you know, make, you know, alerting people that are driving past in their cars that there's an activity, but in the end, they're kind of being denied that and access from more visual access from that.
I agree with what you're saying. Just to tag on, have you, Andre? I'm curious if you ever went to the site and sat right there, because it's very loud with traffic. It's almost like we could mirror your plan and put that experience on the water side, because I think that your building could serve as a buffer with sound, and then you have, and like Professor Uli was saying, we would be able to experience the waterfront. And if you had a performance, it would be kind of, I don't know how you would be able to perform with that traffic. I mean, maybe at night it's not as traffic. I've been there during the day, but think about the experience of, I think you've experienced it very much in a program way. Now, how is the user going to experience this building, and all the different moments that you have very well crafted and thought about, but now you have to kind of put it all together. I saw your precedence with the Filmplex, which I was very excited about because it very much emulates the section that you had done earlier, your Inhabit section, and I was super excited to see that. And then your building is all very linear and grounded, and I wish I could take your whole project and 90-degree flip it, rotate it 90 degrees, especially, you know, looking at your study model at the very end. And because you talked about these experiences of all these things going on and how great it was layered, and we get to your project and it was very, I feel like it flattened out. And so I keep looking at your drawings, like if I could just rotate those 90 degrees. I feel like section B, there starts to be an element where you use the C-home as the core, and then you've got that jetting, you know, things are starting to jet off of the core. I would have loved to see more of that. Do you see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Thinking about how you thought about program your core with all of your circulation. You really thought about circulation, like first on your Inhabit section, and then I think you went straight to how do I fit all these people and do all these things in this building, but don't forget about the experience of how they're going to experience all of these different events that you've created. And you talked about it, and then I think it got lost, and I would love to see your focus back on circulation and how they're going to access. And I think that could like spark more excitement in your building.
Can you go back to the other section? Yeah, I mean, you know, Professor Boudreaux is saying she really liked that stacking. So I'm not sure why you're taking the third theater and tucking it underneath the ground. Just add it to the stack.
Yeah, exactly.
No, screw it. Actually, you know, that's your statement piece there. Just there.
So in the idea model originally, as like a first concept, I wanted to do that. But then when I was going through the actual theater spaces and considering dimensions and you know, practicality and like whether it would be feasible to put that third theater. I know it's a speculative, I wanted to do it. But then I also thought like, well, if I go to the third theater, that's gonna go like 60, 70 feet below ground. That was my—
No, not below, go up.
Up. Give us that experience. Think about it. Go out of the
surrounded by tall buildings.
I also considered up to, and I was like in this deliberation thing because at the same time there's the independent condos, right, 3 blocks up on 3rd Street, and
they're all going up. They're going like 87 floors up.
At the same time, I wanted to respect the top edge condition of the existing C-home building.
Go back to this section. Yeah. No, it needs to go up.
Yeah, go back to and look at your, you have your building with Austin. You got to compete with those guys. Look, they're all, look, go back. Hello, look, there's a perfect little spot for you right there. Go up, you know?
What's with that perspective? You just,
There's nothing there if you're building.
Not even showing us.
And that's like the experience on the bike and on the bike trail. I run it every day. I love being out there, and they have little moments where they carve out little moments so you can stand off the trail and look out. It's the best moment. So there's your beer garden. There's your amphitheater. Get people out over the water, jet out, get your core, and then you jet out and have these moments where you get out of the movie theater and you see Austin from an amazing perspective, or you're looking at condos, but get them to experience. You can craft that circulation and craft those moments. Just because the theater is dark doesn't mean you can't give them a really great experience going in and leaving.
Okay.
Andre, can you go to there's two things from the early part of the semester I'd love to see infuse your work. Can you go to your section, the one right here? So the idea with the section exercises at the beginning was to unencumber you with having to be responsible for everything. So it's really about infusing your imagination into the inhabiting of space and carving space vertically and experientially. That's something.
You want me to go back to the first stuff from earlier this semester? Because I can briefly do that.
Go back to your long section. Okay, that one right there. This one, there's a lot of complete information in it, but it's somewhat like lifeless. It's not animated in the way that it might be. It's just about to. It potentially has it, but it doesn't quite have that yet. Now, if you go back to the analysis of Spectre from your earlier semester, I really love that thing. That's a nice example. That one, that's a great thing to study, and that's a really, really interesting document. So something about the way spaces connect to each other, about the continuity of experience through different things, how some things are very permeable, what the nature of connection is, and how this is experienced is I think the parts from the first half of the semester I would try and figure out how to infuse in your current work.
That's a great comment, John, because he studied how they were jumping off a building, the circulation of going. I couldn't even believe he figured it out, because it was just like very complex. And how you go up the stairs and you go over them, and then you kept saying how they jumped from this building and jumped to this building and jumped. Think about that. Is your circulation going through each theater or going to each space that you've created? And then you when you said like, okay, they enter the building and they get in an elevator, I was like, no,
right.
No, we did all those staircases that you made in your inhabit section, and you only cared about circulation. So think about that experience. Take those experiences, bring them into your space.
Okay.
For me, Andre, there's just a level of or lack of speculation with your project. Like John said, it's very practical and complete. There's nothing to question. And I think that's, for me, where the initial concept, either diagram or model, should have been a little bit stronger or more of an influence for you. And this early work that you guys did with the film studies is amazing. I wish that it, like was suggested, would have carried through a little bit more, even to the point of how you represent your thought and process of design. I think could have really absorbed some of this early work to help you remember that you can jump off buildings when you want to. Yeah.
Andre, you're one of the best model makers I've ever seen, and I'm disappointed that your finale image is, you got to think about your orientation of imagery when you do a presentation. And when I saw this, I love your model skills. And I told you guys, don't get reliant on the lasers because you may not always have them. And boy, I had no idea what I was talking about. Yeah. You can make models and you can make them with your hands. I've seen it. And I want to see a better model representation of this building because I know that you can do it. I mean, yes, yeah. Look at that. That's like, you're halfway there. Look at that.
The thing is I wish I could have had the luxury of Sutton Hall and the traditional working space. and all. It's a little bit
You're
inhibitive
speaking
working
to
at home.
everybody that you're speaking to has made models with their hands, so that's not gonna fly. You can do it. I look at the most beautiful. I was so in love with your model skills, and you guys can't just always rely on the lasers, because you might have to. But see, I always just have to. I'm always in the middle of the field, and I always have to just use like sticks and pen and paper when I'm working. But yes,
Bernardo.
make sure your order. Don't give us a finale. I mean, make sure the finale when you scroll through is what you want us to think about, the order and the presentation of things as well.
Bernardo, and then we need to wrap up and move on. Yes.
All right. I see a lot of work. I think you thought about it quite a lot. I would question sort of like your priorities in terms of two things. One, how you presented it, and then the design itself. I think some synthesis is needed in both aspects. If you cannot tell an idea in less than 20 seconds, it means that it's too complex. This took you, and that is design-wise. I think it's very convoluted. It's a bit complex. I didn't understand quite well. It took me a lot of reviewing, going back and forth through your sections to fully understand it. And I think you have an interesting design, but in terms of your, I agree that it seemed weird that you gave it the back to the river, which is beautiful and amazing, and everything is facing, or most of it is facing Cesar Chavez. That's one thing design-wise that I thought it was a bit weird, but also in your representation, you spend, I don't know, a good 10, 15 minutes just talking about references and really not interesting imagery. And then at the end, you just went really quickly through the most interesting parts of your representation. I would have started there and just impress the public, impress your audience, and take it from there. I needed some drama to get more involved in all the hard work that you've done here.
Yeah, John, just building it. This is obviously a changed format. In a typical review, and when we're in person, all the work's up and all the reviewers can look at everything, which is good and bad. And it's the same for you in this format. Like, it's, on the one hand, you have a captive audience, right? You're gonna make us, you decide what we're gonna be able to look at. So you need to choreograph that as a presentation, right? You shouldn't say, I'm gonna start with my site plan, and you're scrolling through the entire presentation to the end of the file and giving us whiplash, and there's the site plan, right? You need to choreograph and tell the story of your project. And since you have a captive audience and you control the screen, you decide what we're gonna look at. We can't deviate from, we can't look left and right and see the other drawings.
Okay, good. We're gonna move on to George.
Thank you guys. I guess
yeah.
One big thing with my presentation I need to work on is brevity and summarizing, the key points of my project in, powerful, brief statements and all. So I appreciate the feedback today, everyone. Thank you.
Thank
Super.
you.
Thank you, Andre. Good. George, you good?
Yes, I'm good.
Yeah.
Okay. Hello. I'm George. Let me just share screens real quick. I did have a fly through that implemented renders within, but it's corrupted for some reason. But anyway, so the Seaholm Intake Building stands as a well-known landmark within Austin, and it holds the presence of a powerful edge condition on the waterfront. And with my project, I aim to disrupt such edge condition with diagonal movement. So I wanted to disrupt the very stagnant edge using diagonal movement from high to low, and further enhance that with visual clues and connections between spaces. The intersection of these structures introduces the two volumes, both the pre-existing and then the introduced, and they juxtapose each other, and it's enhanced by the special connection as one travels from the top of the site to the bottom. with the theaters being positioned at the bottom of the building, nearest the water, and somewhat underneath, below the surface. It enforces people to travel down and through the different programs on the upper mezzanine and lower levels, with visual connections throughout those. So I will take us into, so here are just a few precedents I was looking at. One of the major ones was the Snowheader Underwater Restaurant with the diagonal forum. And I found that the section of that building very interesting in terms of space and movement. So again, here we see the introduction of my building and how it kind of intersects with the existing building, and disrupts the very linear edge that was present previously. There's also the hike and bike trail, which passes over the top of the building, but is sunk into it slightly so that there is still visual connection between those on the trail and those inside the building, and inviting people into the different spaces and vice versa. Here we go into some plans. So I left the top ground level as very simple and kind of as close to as it was as possible, so that it still kind of resonates the presence of the existing building, and so that the kind of circulation plays a large role in transitioning from this existing to what is introduced. So you would enter the building and then travel down through the circulation onto this mezzanine level. This is the part that juts out in front of the building and is then piercing the ground with that glass encasing. So there's the mezzanine level with some seating area and places to kind of gather, with a small area of arcade type machines and gaming type area. And then this part being the part that breaks the surface and then invites views, not only from within the building outwards, but also when standing outside of the building, you can look down through this part of the building, and that visual connection between where you are at grade and the mezzanine level and the theaters beyond that, down through the building, invites someone to kind of move into the space itself. Then we also have the lowest level. So here we have restrooms, kitchen, bar area with cafe, a larger seating gathering area, and then the theaters themselves being starting to be submerged beneath the water. There's also a wooden deck out to the east with spaces for parking bikes and things for locking up in case those who are on the hike and bike trail would like to come and visit the building, which is something that I wanted to kind of encourage with both the visual and then also how, well, if they were to stop, they'd need somewhere to leave bikes and things. So that kind of, it reinforces the behavior of doing so. In section, you can see how the front portion is jutting out above the ground level with views in and out of there. And then leaving the upper level of the existing building reasonably untouched, with the circulation piercing through that, which transitions into this larger space. These are the existing structural elements of the building at Seahome. There's a connection here in glass and here between the hike and bike trail, which passes over the building, and the spaces within, which creates that visual connection again. And then this larger open space before transitioning into the theaters below that's kind of dip into the water as well. So this is a longer section facing towards the site from the water. And this is just showing the upper level, which is largely untouched, and then going down into mezzanine level, and then larger open space at the bottom with bike parking as well. And then here's just a few renders that would have been implemented into that fly-through we saw earlier. So I have also implemented a larger occupiable roof on this outer part, which encourages people to go up there and sit or gather, gives views out onto the water and the city of Austin. And then we have another one here that's further emphasizing the decking and the transition between that, and also the hike and bike trail that passes over the top of the building. This view is from the front of the building. So you can see that there's this element that juts out, but nothing is really disrupting or destroying the presence of the existing building from here. So there is that separation. So it's not too invasive on the front of things, but as you transition through the building, it becomes more of this disruptive movement, and with the diagonal. This is from the mezzanine level with the circulation that comes down from the upper level of the existing building, and then also down into the larger space below. Hike and bike trail passing over top with visual connection between those. Then this larger open space at the bottom, theaters on the right, circulation coming down from that mezzanine level on the left, with again that visual connection for the hike and bike trail down into the space below. So it further emphasizes that kind of diagonal movement. This view's from the hike and bike trail itself. So you've got the occupiable roof on the left, and then the existing building on the right, with these glass elements that will allow views in and out, and vice versa from each perspective. And then this is just some of the earlier work. So this was a film president study with the extended take and the path taken there. And then sectional collage for the 7-story elements, and then the models that correspond with that. So from these, I learned a lot about kind of the connection between spaces, and then both in section primarily, which is why my section is very much diagonal in this way, so that it kind of takes away and interjects with the linear nature of the existing building.
Okay.
Can you go back to the plan? What's happening in the existing C home building in time?
Okay, so at the uppermost level, okay, this is largely just an open space for kind of people to kind of gather in, but also to experience the existing building itself and the nature of that. Because there's a lot of interior structure that remains in there, and then also the on the windows, what are those called? I can't remember the name exactly right now, but anyway, so at grade, the existing building is largely just open and remains mainly untouched, and then proceeding down.
How do you enter your building?
I just use a simple entryway. I don't know why this is. This one. Nope. Oh, there you go. Just a really simple entry. I think it needs more work in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
I've further thought about it, and maybe with the piercing nature of this forum, create some kind of opening that corresponds with that kind of angled intersection.
Yeah,
I think that would work a lot better.
Go back to your section, your cross section. Like looking at that section, I mean, you're just asking to enter that building on the left where it raises out of the ground. Yeah. I think there's maybe, I don't know if that ever occurred to you looking at that section, but I think that's maybe a missed opportunity. I mean, I think there's a lot of nice things about your project, but what could be nice is that you actually, I mean, I think you need to program the main hall of the power plant, even if it's or intake plant, even if it's an event space or something needs to be programmed in there. Also, if there's existing structure in there, and you need to show that in plan in the drawing. But what could be interesting, just looking at the section, is you could actually enter on the north through that opening that pops out from the ground, and actually could completely bypass the existing building by going under it into your experience. I think that, go ahead, John.
Hey, George, show the first 30 seconds of your video, the movie that you made.
Okay.
Just that. We won't analyze it. Not that one. No, the actual,
Oh, okay.
yeah, blind spot.
Let me find that real quick.
You do that as a team?
Yeah, me and Alvaro.
Yeah, so we aren't gonna, we can't spend too much time on it, but I think this is really pretty nice. Just 30 seconds.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry. You got to unshare your screen,
Gotcha.
unshare it, and then when you reshare it, you have to click the box that says optimize for video.
Okay. And then, okay, that should be better now. Okay.
It's okay if there's no audio. There's a very nice audio track, and it's actually worth analyzing. But I love the segues that you put together in this thing. And also, there's a murder going on in the background, but we won't go into the whole film analysis. But the abruptness of the cut and segue from issue to issue, I think, is also embodied in your concept. I think, whether you know it or not.
Okay.
That's great. Thank you. Yeah. So this whole thing about being above and then moving diagonally in section and abruptly going from one setting to another, I think is a potentially really strong conceptual idea that's present in this thing.
Yeah, I agree with the comments. There's a lot of clarity in your work that I appreciate as a bigger, bolder conceptual move that you've made with the addition to this. I almost wish you weren't, or that you were more disruptive to the front, as suggested with Professor Dongle's. You know, your piece that lifts up out of the ground in the front, it's very subtle, but it's a signifier for entry that is missing. And I think that you need to actually massage that whole front area a little bit more and realize what you have to speak to someone so that no one has to ask, how do you get in? And I also think there's a missed opportunity at the other end, at the part of your triangle that meets the water. You create a wall at that context. And I think that a lot of you are missing that experience that someone would have if they came up on a stand-up paddleboard or if they came up in a kayak. So as much as I really appreciate that you addressed a space for users who are cyclists to store their bikes while they're going to the theater, there's a good chance that someone might commute by kayak to get to this place. And wouldn't that be nice if they weren't just confronted with a big concrete wall, but that your park amenity has extended down into the water context. I just think that, and also for the front, you know, what do people that take the bus get when they arrive at your project and your design work? I think that treating all of the sort of non-vehicular users with equity, I think would really help you make those additional moves and considerations throughout the project.
Yeah, can you show the perspective from the waterfront again? Or I agree with Professor Briscoe. Like yeah, that one. Like, how do you get up on the screen surface? And that little stair there on the side is a little like you everything is sloped. You're really working with section, and then you're trying to figure out a way how to get up there from the side. That's a little bit of a missed opportunity. But yeah, bringing it further down into the water where you can actually emerge out of the water. I mean, think about, you know, another Snøhetta project. Think about the Sydney at Oslo Opera House, you know?
Yeah.
Right, right,
really
exactly.
Kind of walk up on it and you're kind of goes down into the water. That's really what you should be thinking of there.
No, I keep jumping in his sections and want to just extend the lines. You keep talking about not interfering with the sea home, the existing structure, but your precedence is so strong and solid and striking. And I feel, and I think you did a great job bringing that into your building. I just think it could be pushed a little bit further. And I didn't realize that this was a concrete wall. I was thinking of the ICA in Boston. They have a room, a space. It's a theater space-esque, and that's what it is. That's all glass on the water. So you could give, you know, multiple different, and you can close the curtains and have a dark space, but you can have a performance or a reading or a meeting in there. And it's this remarkable experience to be in that room and you feel like you're almost floating. So I think you have a missed opportunity there where you could just be looking onto the water. And they can, you know, you can figure that out with light. But I think that your sections, you went really bold in the plan, and I would love to see that continue in your sections. And there's moments that are there, but I think you can continue kind of how do you start to connect, because your plan is very well thought out, but how do we flip that and look at the section? Using that same methodology you were using in the plans.
Okay.
But I think you did a really nice job of also giving us some great views of how, you know, what we're going to see when we look out, seeing the water, being inside the buildings and looking out. So I think you've done a really great job of thoroughly showing us those moments. But I think that the section, if you gave the same detail you did in the plan to the section, you can start to have like Professor Uli was talking about, how do you enter these spaces and what are all the different types of entry that could happen. Now that you've addressed the water, you need to now address the water, you know?
Yeah.
Also want to add something. I like the simplicity of your design. I think it's a strong, simple, brutal design element. But I have a problem sort of like, I get it from all the perspectives that you've given us, especially the plan view of it, the simplicity of the triangle. But I'm not sure people would actually walking the space would actually get it, because the front and the back are separated by the building itself. I don't know if you would really get that triangle on an angle from either side. You would get one side or the other, but I don't. Maybe you do, but if you do, then I would focus on at least one perspective. What would happen if you approach this building from the west or from the east, where you could actually get the continuity of this diagonal? Which, and by the way, I think you cheated a little bit, because it from a plan point of view, it looks like a very clean triangle, but when you see the section of it, then you see that it's serrated. And I don't think that's wrong. I still think it's strong, but then I would maybe enhance that. It seems like it's you try to fix the simplicity of it by doing that serrated shape, but then it's not clear how both of them are related to each other, unless you're a bird. as a person that approaches the building, you have this weird, cool triangle shape coming up from the ground, but then that's interrupted by this rectangle shaped building, and then it happens again in the back, but I don't necessarily see how they both are connected. I think it's a cool approach. I like bold and strong, simple ideas, but I still think that you need to work a little bit more in how to integrate that into the real experience of how people actually experience this building from all angles.
No, that's a great comment. I agree completely. And we'll have to wrap up and go into our last project for the first session. It might actually want to be a gesture which is more of a landscape gesture that swallows the building, or like wraps around the corner in some way.
Yes.
So that way it's obnoxious, but it's also not obnoxious, because its identity might be in the landscape, but it's all in service of this disruptive diagonal vertical movement through the building.
Yeah, I mean, I keep thinking about, you know, in this view, like what if you actually had walkways that kind of come across this chasm that is the bike trail right now, right? And actually go into the building, where you actually, the whole thing kind of starts to penetrate the building and takes it over. So I think there's two approaches. You go under and you completely avoid it, but I agree with the comment, then you don't read those two pieces together, or you actually connect them through the building and penetrate the building with the whole design proposal, and becomes a landscape that kind of flows through the entire building.
Yeah, I keep looking at section A, and I just feel like all that needs to happen is the line just continues from the the water, you just keep going and then you approach the street level. And it's and that would correlate with your precedence of those solid masses just kind of erupting from the water.
Very cool.
And then I think you can experience this, what you're trying to convey here. I agree.
Okay, concluding comments, any questions and input you want, George?
No, I think that's very helpful, and I think I agree with the whole misconnection between plan and section, and that just needs reinforcing and entry and then approachability from waterfront and things like that. So it's all very helpful, and I appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
All right, very cool. All right, one more before we break and focus our eyes into the distance. So Cameron, which yeah, that's good. Cameron, it's you're up.
Okay. Okay. Do you still see, is it full screen for you?
It's good.
Okay. All right, I'm Cameron. So my goal for this project was to create a rich public space that would enhance the urban landscape of downtown Austin. And so the way I went about doing this is by creating this layered experience that interacted with 3 primary groups of people. And that is the people traveling along the hike and bike trail, people there to see the movie, and also people interacting with downtown pedestrians, nightlife, etc. So I brought the trail up over the existing structure. It took on this sort of fluid form because I needed to stretch it out to make sure the trail wasn't so steep, and it also sort of weaves through the trees. Yeah. We'll hop into the plans here. Okay. On the ground level, we have this space, which is for exhibition, just like art exhibits, whatever. The theaters over here and the kitchens which serve the theaters. I went for a sort of Alamo Draft House style theater. Let's see here. So you sit down and you order food and people bring it out and you enjoy your movie. Okay. And now on the bottom floor, there's a bar, and then the same, another stack of theaters and kitchens. And this is what the bar looks like inside. I decided to fill that opening in the floor plane with like a frosted glass with like a color perhaps, and that could enhance the atmosphere of this sub-level. And then on the roof, we would just have things to service this trail traffic. So lots of shade, spaces to sit, and access to drinking water and stuff like that. Here are the sections. I guess we'll open it up to questions, comments.
How do you see the first half of the semester and the second half of the semester connecting, Cameron? I'll throw you the hard one. Okay.
Okay. I guess part of this project had to do with sort of tracking the motion through the space, for the trail mostly. And I guess in terms of film, I sort of draw from like an aesthetic, like a sci-fi aesthetic for a lot of things. Yeah.
Can you point out specifically what you mean by that?
Sci-fi aesthetic.
Sci-fi aesthetic? Where would we see that?
I think this sort of captures it, just like the atmosphere with just the light. I don't know.
Worthy of elaboration, and I would think about that some more, because I mean, I get it, but we want more and more articulation on that idea.
Yeah.
I think if you scrolled over to your rendering right underneath, right above the title, boom. That's a sci-fi experience for me.
What do you deem the most important element in your proposal? I mean, it seems like you talked a whole lot about the hike and bike trail. I'm just looking, you're adding three very expressive elements. You're adding the hike and bike trail, you're adding the movie theaters themselves, and then you're adding the roofscape.
Mm-hmm.
And like, out of those three, which one is the most important to you? Like the most, which one takes the forefront?
I think it's definitely the trail. Is probably the most powerful move that I'm making. There's also something I forgot to mention, actually, is that these theaters sit in like a big excavated pit.
So the landscape, or the carving of the landscape, would be like a fourth overall strong gesture.
Yeah.
So you have several of these things doing their own thing layered together. Okay.
Like, what's the reasoning for putting them in a pit versus submerging them?
Just to, I think it made the experience of the space more interesting than just going into a basement without any light and entering a theater. You get like this nice sort of terraced garden outside that you can interact with.
It would have been helpful then to show us that, you know, the consequences of your moves. I don't really understand why it's so valuable to take the hike and bike trail up 2 floors into space. And I think that you have to be the designer that takes control of that and then shows us, yes, it is valuable. It's worth doing this. It's worth digging this big pit and having my theaters have light come in, or having people sit outside of the theater. So you need to, I think, validate the big moves that you're doing, because they are big, bold moves, which I can appreciate in a speculative studio, that you're not being careful, you're not being completely practical, but let's see a little bit more of the motivation behind those moves that are going to tell us, yes, wow, this is really different than what we can imagine off our heads. So I just think that you need to kind of push this much, much further to have us really understand what your perceptions are.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, we're looking at that perspective on the bottom left, and everything is very, very expressive that you've added to this. But and the hike and bike trail is an important element, and the canopy up above it is an important element, which there's kind of it doesn't have any thickness or dimensionality to it right now. So it actually, might benefit from some more visual weight. But like the one thing, I agree with Professor Briscoe's comment. Like, I'm not quite sure that I'm not sold on the excavating that pit and putting the movie theaters in there. But then what you're also doing, you're making like those pathways to the back of the theaters where the serving staff walks back and forth. They're so expressive, right?
Right.
I think you need to pick your battles and figure out, a hierarchy of design elements. Not everything gets equal importance and prominence. There's certain things that need to be in the foreground because that's what your design is about the hike and bike trail and about this big canopy. But then maybe some things need to recede into the background and need to be a little bit quieter, and not everything can sing and dance. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Also, the experiences, you gave us really great moments of experiencing your theater space and your bar space, but the bold move of a 2-story transition to the hike and bike trail, I would love to have more experiences of what that is like and how that looks out. So I can, because I'm just I was looking in your site plan, and there's some also sharp curves. So if I'm on a bike, there's some pretty sharp movements, and then I'm also going up 2 stories. So I think that would be great to kind of give us that experience of how that is what's your view from there looking out, or vice versa.
Okay.
I've got a few comments. I like most of your perspectives and your sections. I think there's some interesting ways of representation here. That I think the key word for me, what makes it interesting in your design, is sort of like how it flows. I like how the canopy connects all the volumes and also the trail as well. But all of this I had to add. It's not clear from how you conveyed it to us, and it's not that clear. It's sort of suggested in your design, but you could have definitely emphasized that. I think that those are your strong points. How everything flows. You're forcing people into a lot of things, into climbing a very steep incline on a bicycle or walking. You're forcing a lot of things there. And I think there needs to be like a big payoff in why you're doing that. I agree with all the comments. I also think that I would like to see, I like the way you represent things, but the way you present them to us, I think, again, I would emphasize the few dramatic points of your design. I think you're going to some interesting directions with your bar and how the light will affect that space. I think that's interesting. I would definitely put more interest in that other than that simple perspective. But I see a lot of work. I would appreciate a little bit more of again of drama and how you present things verbally. I think you've got some interesting visuals here, but I think they're a bit vague. You just need to focus a bit more on why all of this is important for the people that might have to go through that space.
Yeah, I agree with all the comments myself. There's a lot of interesting things going on with the project. It seems that there's many moments which are charged or activated vertically, which I think is something which in architecture disrupts our expectation in a way that makes us more aware of our world. So you're doing that with the trail and with the canopy and with the theaters and inside the theaters and inside the bar. So that's a recurring element that I think is very strong. You might zoom in on that idea more clearly and articulate it stronger. The graphic presentation it's a little spare, like there's just enough information to read things, and I think that you've collaged them together, which is a nice experiment, but it might work better if they didn't collage together with the graphic element, because we're trying to figure out how to review stuff in Zoom.
Right.
So I think some things I might have made the sections larger, sorry, especially the one that cuts through the landscape element in the front, because you've created a space there and haven't yet tested what the quality of that space is and what it's like to be in it. So a couple of these I think are worthy of developing in a slightly different way. But there's some really nice ideas here. I like the space under the canopy and on top of the roof. I think that could be a really, really very powerful moment. The structure there, you're treating the structure like another primary move, and I wonder if the structure might go away a little bit more. So something which is just very, very light. You might look at the, I don't know how Maya's project ended up, but at the end of the day, she presents in the afternoon. But there's a similar idea, but the structure is like almost not there, with like very, very minimal lines. So some element might move to the background, and that's one example of where it may begin to happen. If that makes sense, Cameron.
Also, Cameron, I mean, this is all about how do you occupy or experience the space. Like, there's not a single person in any item. There might be some in the section, I can't tell, but
There are some in this section.
yeah, but that's the only place where they show, like, how, you know, how do people occupy the space? That's really like, how's this roofscape occupied? Because saying there's lots of amenities for, you know, hike and bike in the service of the hike and bike trail, but like, what is actually happening there and how do people occupy that?
Yeah.
Good. Any other comments for Cameron?
Yeah, I might add some of those things before next week, Cameron.
That would be good.
Okay.
Yeah, put some people in it. I would definitely develop just the isolated images, because I mean, the point of view in the two interiors, I think, is really spot on and captures an intention, but they're worthy of fleshing out and developing. I'd make the bar more vertical, so we look down into the pit and we look up into the gap, and I'd flesh those things out. And I'd breathe some life into that exterior view, maybe rethink the structure. But we can visit.
Multiple pages.
Yeah.
Because I'm zooming in on the file that that you guys have uploaded. If you could give us just some more breath, some breathing, so you're really laying it out, and give us a little bit more of an experience like you did. Give us some more. We just want more. You have it. We just need to have it laid out.
No, yeah, it's definitely not the case if you haven't thought about it, because I know you have. So it's a, you know, and in a short project like this, however long we spend on it, 5 weeks or whatever, maybe a little longer, it's a question of how do you get your ideas efficiently conveyed and out there. So, okay. All right. Thank you, Cameron. Good project. Very nice. Thank you. Morning session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're all going to take a short break now and do this 2 more times today. So pace ourselves and again, go focus your eyes and eat something and whatever. So
Okay.
Bernardo, if you're okay for sticking around for some more review, you're most welcome to, as much as you care to do that. I know I invited you yesterday. Thank you very much for showing up.
I'm good.
I'm
Nice
glad you were able to join.
Good to see you, Yvonne.
Good. I didn't get a chance to introduce. There are 2 of our professors, Uli Dangle and Danielle Briscoe, who are in the School of Architecture, and they're kind of always around. But this is Bernardo and 2 of our wonderful faculty members. So thank you very much. I'm going to go find the placeholder and not cancel Zoom, and then I'm going to walk away and come back, and we'll start up at 12:30. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Good luck.
See you guys. Good luck.
Okay, good afternoon. This is the second session of our review for speculative intermediate design. So this is in our current curriculum. This is everybody's a 3rd year student, and I think it's their sixth design studio. The theme is speculation or speculative, which means that we work off of a prompt to look and see for the way that it might inform or enrich the way we think about architectural design. For the purpose of this studio, we were working off film as that point of departure. So Sorry, I have to say it. Brian is the spitting image of Richard Linklater. I was going to actually retitle him up there so his connection to film. So one of the other things I do is I work in film as a set designer or illustrator or concept artist or art director or prop maker or construction guy or any of a number or storyboard artist, any of a number of things that happen in film. I also work in as a professional, and so I have some wonderful people that I work with. And we've used that as a point of departure for this studio. The guests we have today are Bernardo Trujillo, who is the production designer, the main designer on Fear the Walking Dead, whom I've had a chance to work with the last 3 seasons, and I think you have an extensive film background and work full-time as a production designer, the main person responsible for everything in the look of the film that's not an actor, and maybe not lighting. So it's a very, very critical role. And also Yvonne Boudreaux, who taught part of the studio this semester. I'll explain that in a second. So Yvonne works as an art director based in Austin, but she is currently working on Yellowstone. Actually, no one's working on anything right now, so everybody's just on hold. So because it's such a close contact industry. But I worked with Yvonne on Revolution, NBC project, and at least one AMC project, The Sun, and maybe half a dozen other projects. A very accomplished art director in Austin. We also have Audrey Blood, who has the second coolest name of all the reviewers, I think. Trujillo's pretty good. Boudreaux's pretty honest too. So Audrey is a adjunct faculty in the School of Fine Arts, teaching drawing. She has a MFA from Rhode Island School of Design. I'm just talking to Brian about his background in glass blowing, which is a very, very interesting craft-based reel making things. And Brian, we have Vince Snyder as our faculty member on the middle left-hand side for me. I don't know about you guys. Vince will be joining us to give insight, and Brian Bedrosian, who you want to give us a short version on what your background is, Brian?
Background is industrial design and glass blowing. Also an avid woodworker. Built houses for a spell. Right now I am at Boudreaux Architects here in Austin.
Great, very, very good architect doing beautiful work very, very consistently. So we're very happy to have you present. So this studio is everyone's 6th design studio. We work with film as a point of departure because of what transpired at the beginning of the semester. Elizabeth was in a pretty bad accident, so I had to shift over to cover her studio. And I was originally going to teach this part, but Yvonne was able to step in and take the lead, working off some coursework that I'd laid out for the first half of the semester, working on film. So those were very much disconnected from traditional architectural work. And Yvonne, do you want to explain those, or do you want me to explain what those exercises are? I'm happy to do it.
Keep going.
So a number of exercises. One of them was to just begin to think about the design within the frame, 2-dimensional design as in storyboard, and some analytical thinking about just how composition is an important carrier of content. Another exercise was to take a extended shot or tracking shot, one of those very long takes. If you saw the movie 1917, that was just in theaters, the whole thing is one extended track. So to take one of those sequences, pardon me, and to deconstruct that, to create a document which captures what that complex extended movement through space and time is, which requires you to invent a graphic language to capture, interpret, and document that. A third version was to take a short story and begin to look at it through the lens that a production designer might be. And in the very short version, I would say that a production designer designs everything we do as architects: space, form, texture, materiality, light, color. All of those things are part of the realm of what production designers do. However, the narrative or the story is the driver of how those begin to work. So instead of being like, hey, who am I as an architect and what's my vision? So the position as author moves, I think, in a significant way, but it's exactly the same operation that we do as architects working in film. And to take the short story and interpret it, and it was a story that had some implication about multiple floors or some complexity, and to interpret that in section. So they were to design a section. Then there was a step where they took and repurposed and appropriated any kind of drawing from anywhere, and to repurpose and stretch and reassemble those things into a new section document. And part of this was to liberate them as designers from the burden of having to justify every single move that happens. Like something might be wonderful in section without a direct purpose or reason. That's part of what that exercise was. That then was interpreted into a model, which had to be reviewable at eye level. So it had to be freestanding, which forced that model into the role of sculpture and interaction with space that they were placed in. And then they made a short film or in groups of teams. So all that happened at the first half of the semester. Then there was Yvonne, thank you very much, stepped into the role of teaching them for that part of the semester. Then I came in and I've given them by the way, in the inbox, there should be a single file that has compiled some of those images and work from the first half of the semester called last name _ filmic studies from first half of semester. Those are quite interesting. Hopefully the students show them. If they don't, they're worth taking a look at to see what the other kind of work was. The second half of the semester, the students are taking basically the program for Violet Crown, which is a small, about 7,000 square foot, 4-screen, 450-seat movie screens, black boxes for collective dream experience is how I like to describe them, and adding those onto an existing building, including a bar, restaurant, anything else that's associated with the social experience or for the event nature of going to see a film or going out to see a film and socializing with friends, if we ever do again. So they had a choice of 2 sites. The first and third group that we're viewing today did the Seaholm building, which is down on the lake. This group, these 4 students are working with the parking structure that we did a couple of years ago at MLK and Lamar. It looks like this. So it's, come back, there we go. It's this thing. It's currently covered with vines, which is very nice. So it's actually like planted out very well. We gave them this mostly because it's an abbreviated amount of time. It's like a 5, maybe 6 week project. And we had all the documentation on both the buildings. So that's one of the reasons we gave them this. It's 100 parking spaces. It's a building which has a deliberately brutal or unapologetic presence to it. So it expresses its concrete structure. And in terms of the geometry of the building, there's a continual helical ramp that wraps up around the central void, which is defined by the vertical elliptical cables in the center of the building. There's a green roof on top of the building to take care of the impervious cover requirement and to collect and store water. And the whole building is planted very, very heavily. It has a complex geometric setting in the hillside. Part of it's carved into the hillside. And so it's very small on the one side and very tall on the other. And that's the setting that the students have been asked to struggle with or to embrace and deal with. Floor plan just looks like this. And section looks like this. All right, so that's the setting. And what have I missed? Yvonne, Vince, am I leaving out anything important? I had to do this 3 times today, so it took me 45 minutes last time, so it's I'm exaggerating, but I just want to be expedient and concise without leaving out any critical things. Anybody have any questions or anything to add to that? Students, anything I should add? My microphone is turned on, correct? Okay.
Yes.
All right, that's good. Yeah, you have to wonder about these things. Yeah, no, we've been reminded between sessions to turn the microphone off because we're still out broadcasting out to the world. And they're like, I can't believe it. So just or the dog barking incessantly in the background. Okay, so Lauren, I've asked you to go first. We have 4 students today. If you are able to have a second monitor and browse through the files, the last names of the students to look for are Boyd, Puente, Vela, and Brink. And so Lauren, I'm gonna hand the show over to you now, if you don't mind kicking off the afternoon session. That would be, I guess, the midday session. That would be great. Okay. So also, before you start, it's implicit that, and you can expect that jurors might ask, it's just set up this way. They may ask the question about how does the work from the first half of the semester, which is clearly different in nature, of a different mindset, how does that inform and enrich your work as an architect, if you're able to answer that? And it's not an easy question. I have trouble answering that myself. So be prepared for that, and jurors, feel free to ask them that. Okay, Lauren, your show.
Okay, Vlad gave a pretty good explanation of the site. So what I found interesting about it was the landscape trellis facade and how the helical structure is being celebrated with the open atrium and vertical gables. In thinking about the residual space of the in-between spaces of architecture that is usually underutilized or overlooked and left out, I found these projects that start to explore the possibilities of what can happen when you start to utilize that interstitial space, such as morphing roofs into spaces of gather and performance, having architecture fixed within a parking garage, and creating public spaces that people can interact with the built environment and existing environment simultaneously. And then right here on the bottom left is section drawing we did earlier in the semester that is exploring the spatial and experiential differences of 4 different dreams. And that was also embedded in my thought process. So my manifesto for the design is to maintain the integrity of the landscape lattice facade and rain garden. My design is to scatter the theaters on the opposing side to demarcate a new space for the public. Between the existing street facade and the new structure will be a communal space where people can gather, eat and drink, watch performances, or gaze at the vista beyond. Community members can access the building from West and Mulcahy or the newly designed footpath connecting North Lamar to the site. The first 2 floors will stay as parking and the next 2 will be converted for the theater. And so the diagram in the top right starts to show the newly added volumes in comparison to the existing structure. And then the bottom right is where how the circulation is within the building, and how on the main 3rd floor is where everyone enters all the theaters, but for some of them, you exit on the floor above the rooftop, which will be a space for performance and like an amphitheater style. I have a video starting to explore the project. So this is the idea model I made in the very beginning. And then this shows you how it starts to cut into the model and how the open atrium is maintained. And this is where the bar and cafe will be. This is where the entrance will be on the northwest corner, how light starts to puncture between the theaters, and then that rooftop performance amphitheater space. And so these are my sections, one cutting transversely through the atrium, showing how the bar is right here and then the performance space above, and then a longitudinal cut showing the bar fully and the seating that rests upon the theaters. And then this is the second floor, which shows parking, but also how the restrooms, which aren't connected to this floor, but are connected to this one, and how they sit below this middle theater. And then you have the elliptical bar, the cafe, and the viewing patio. And then this shows the fourth floor where you can see all the seating and how there are viewing suites where groups can have a private room where they can talk and eat and start to feel at home within the theater. And then these are just displaying some of my renders. I can't hear y'all if y'all are talking.
Lauren, are you able to, could you share the image, the work from the first half of the semester very quickly? Because I'm looking at it on Box, but if you don't have that, that would be, it's nice to see that.
This is the director's plan we did in the very beginning, framing some of the shots.
Say just a little bit more about that, because that's a really interesting exercise, just a smidgen.
Well, I did Kill Bill, and it's about 4 minutes long, and it starts from the same place that it ends, but it starts to explore how you can use height and the camera movement to start to have more movement and depth, I guess, emphasized within Kill Bill to add to that suspense.
Okay.
And then this is the section drawings I did. The 4 dreams are falling off of like a cliff, or being in a maze, being chased, which is right here, being in a public space that you don't tend to want to be in, like school or church. And so it's just 4 different experiences. And I kind of wanted to bring the idea of having different spatial and experiences within my project. This is another section drawing, and then the model that we converted from it that starts to explore stages of grief and stages of relief, and how each one of those stages have their own individual experience and space that people feel at an individual level, trying to display that within the model. And then this is a exploration on the idea of your mind perceiving information that isn't there. So if you look at this model and at a certain angle, or just when you look at it, all you can see is blue, yellow, red. But if you look at it under the right lighting conditions or at the right angle, you can your brain starts to perceive a rainbow, even though that the primary colors are blue, yellow, and red.
Great, thank you. And back to your project. Good, nice.
Thanks, Lauren. I'm gonna just go and jump in if that's okay. So because you're utilizing the parking garage, there are some people who are going to be accessing this project via an automobile, I assume.
Mhm.
Others are approaching on foot, as you mentioned, from a footpath from the trail, I assume, across the Mar.
Yes. You can enter, pedestrians can enter either through this footpath or from this side or from, sorry, or from this extended footpath coming from MLK. And then this is where vehicles can enter.
And how does, if I'm on foot, how do I get to the actual the first floor of occupation, like the level with the bar, et cetera, on it?
You will enter into this, what I call antechamber, which will be an elevator that takes you up to the occupiable floors. Something I added to help demarcate the entrance is this abstract type of marquee to designate where you enter and start to have that vertical circulation going up.
And when it comes to the theaters themselves, they're obviously shaped, their volume is expressed as a theater shape. I assume those volumes that we see in your diagrams actually do manifest on the outside of the building, correct?
Yes.
Are we aware of a film being in progress? Like, in other words, can I tell there's somebody watching a film? Does the filming of that or the projection of that film affect the building in any way, or are they effectively black boxes?
They're effectively black boxes.
Okay. And is some of them have access to the upper floor as part of their circulation, and others are only on that main level, correct?
These right here have access to this top floor, and then the white ones below, they just stay on the same ground floor.
Is there a specific reason for that experientially?
I wanted to have different experiences with depending on what theater you're going to. Ones that don't go to the roof are smaller, more for groups that come in and can reserve a space. And I also didn't want to start to crowd the design too much to where it starts to look a little too impactful in a way.
And if I'm correct, this building backs up to there's a cliff behind it, correct?
Yes.
A limestone bluff. How does the building interact with that bluff?
Steep hillside.
Steep hillside? Okay.
Yes.
In this section, which you can kind of start to see how the height of the theater is being raised, starting to be in connection with the way that the hill is being raised. I'm not sure if I have anything that can really display that better.
All right. In the section you show some significant terracing on that hillside. Is that something that you're doing to that landscape?
No, it's already there.
Okay.
It's the default topo thing.
Okay, got it. Gotcha.
Okay.
All right. And is the existing ramp, does that still exist above the parking levels, or has that been removed?
You mean the helical slope? Yeah. Well, the floor of the restaurant has that slope. Is that correct, Lauren?
Yes. So I'm sorry that I'm like cycling through these, but
That's okay.
basically I kept the slope maintained for most of the main floor except for the kitchen bar, and then I slightly, or looks more than slightly, made this a little bit flatter. Other than that, the other these three kind of big joints stay with the same slope, and it creates a really interesting point to where this right here is a 9-foot gap. And so I started to display that, having glass there. So when you're sitting in the cafe, you can start to see some of that parking garage.
Interesting.
Interior perspective, please.
Okay, so that is sloping around the bar there. That's what
Yes.
we're seeing. Okay.
Can I ask 2 questions related to that quickly? So in this image, the interior rendering, this core unit where there seems to be like a skylight to the roof, that's the area behind the bar, correct?
Above it.
Like this, and then right below that, that's like this core of the parking structure as it is now. Is there visibility down into the parking garage in that core, or is that all ground floor?
There is visibility. I added glass railing so you can see beyond within it, but you'll see the lower floors and the vegetation that's on the ground.
Okay, and then secondly, quickly, is there access to the roof from this floor?
Yes, you will go back into this area right here that will take you up to the rooftop.
Through an elevator?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Lauren. Thanks, Brian. I'll go back to you.
And Lauren, sorry, one more quick question. If I arrive in a car, I still engage the elevators, correct? On that parking level, that's how I access. All access to the main level is through those elevators.
Yeah.
All right. So as far as a series of experiences as a person coming to see a film, and this exists primarily as just like the Violet Crown, like the food and bar component serves the theater, I assume. So my goal here is to see a film or a performance. It's very interesting the different experience that I would have as somebody coming from a vehicle versus somebody coming from as a pedestrian entering in kind of that black box nature of walking in what appears to be kind of a windowless elevator lobby and rising up to the floor. Is there an intent as far as your preference between the two? Is there a goal between putting somebody in this enclosed space of the elevator lobby and then bringing them out into the space, as opposed to, say, a staircase or something that's more glazed?
I wanted to have one central vertical circulation that everyone enters, no matter if it's a different, like if you're accessing it at a different place. But what it doesn't show correctly in my plans is that I added to allow having to see through and not feel like you're totally confined within the space.
So I think there's an interesting interplay then between the helical nature of the floor plates of the space that suggests kind of a much slower, more episodic experience as far as how you enter, and kind of you see the different views as a car driving around those spaces, and even as somebody that's circulating around the main floor space, versus that vertical rise through that mimics in some ways the helical nature of the interior space. Is there a reason? Do the theater entrances also rise? Like, are you rising along a ramp as you enter the various theaters?
Yes.
So please, if anybody else is jumping in, go ahead. And can you talk a little bit more about the entrances to the theaters themselves?
Yeah.
You had a rendering of that, I think.
Yes. So what I will say about the entrances to the theaters, I really found interesting having the space between each of the theaters, like every theater is not connected whatsoever, but having these like framing moments where light can come in and you can view out, and having to, when you're walking through the space and going to your theater, seeing how each theater is kind of staggered and having its own individual location within the floor plan, and having that experience of going to your theater and seeing all the
Because I feel like the individual moments between the theater boxes, those little views, those kind of, I'm assuming that that's a window through that space.
Yes.
I mean, I should also ask, I didn't, are we in conditioned space at this point in the hallway?
Yes.
Okay. So I like the fact that there are these little snapshots, these little kind of very focal views of what's happening on the outside that are very distinct amongst the difference between them. It feels like the entrances to the theaters themselves need to feel like they want to be celebrated more, as far as how the door interplays with that aspect of it, and how that volume reads. For instance, right now in the rendering, that it feels more like just a wall that's taking a walk along that hallway, as opposed to feeling those volumes actually penetrate the structure. But I like the idea of, in some ways, the spaces between the theaters are much more interesting than the theaters themselves, which is an interesting aspect.
Well, if I can jump in on that, because I'm afraid we're going to run out of time. But Lauren, if I understand you correctly, the three sort of aspects that you were most interested in when you first start off, you were looking at the trellis as the facade.
Yes.
The relationship of the trellis, the space in between, which you just talked about, and places where you could gather for gathering and performances, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and it's clear that, in your early models that is something that's, that drove the overall sort of massing of the project. And so I like the fact that you were, very sort of early, looks like, able to articulate those. For me, there's a couple of questions. I guess what I would do is to look at the sort of speculative nature of the studio, and in the early exercises you were looking at, I could see how architecture influences film, in a sense that if you're looking at a floor plan to sort of set up, what the shots of those films would be, and then it looks like you did a kind of reverse engineering, which is to look at the potential spatial distortions that occur through film into architecture. And I like very much the sort of graph that you showed. For me, I always read everything sort of spatially and formally, but they're not necessarily the same thing in terms of the space and the form. And that's actually what I would suggest that you look at. There's two things. One is the notion of the space that's generated by the forms themselves. I want to talk about that in a second. And then the other one is the larger idea that sort of ties those things together. So if I were to ask you a question, because I'm just sort of curious, which is that if you were able to pick one or two images of anything that you've shown us, and I don't mean images in terms of image in that it's only an image, but rather in the production of what you've shown, what of those to you pops out? In other words, is it the plan? Is it a particular section? Is it a precedent? Is it, sort of like, is it part of a model? Is it, what part in your project is like, wow, that seems to be the closest to really summing up my project, or at least showing, a notion of prioritization for you?
Mm-hmm. I will say, going from the very beginning, I really liked my idea model. I feel like the concept of where I wanted to go was really evident and strong in terms of having these forms having the existing facade, and then having this space in between. And then I think that starts to be shown in this, where that space really starts to be filled up as well, and having this image right here, having this rain garden that's existing, having these new forms, and then having this space in between for performance and gather.
Okay. Well, let me, I appreciate that. Let me back up and say that there may be two places where I would, where you might want to think about exploring further to get more at I think your notion of what you're trying to explore. And one would be, the first one would be to go back to your section. There you go. So your sections actually, and I hope you're able to maybe reconsider this, particularly the section on the left. There's a spatial complexity that's very, very rich there. It also shows that the articulation, I think the articulation that you're trying to get at with, you know, with the sort of object quality on one hand of the cinematic space, the performance space is shown. It's in other words, there's a deviation from that, but you also see that it has a direct relationship to the hillside. And then you said something which I think was important, which you said it's, you know, you're starting to understand, you know, how it meets the hillside or that space that's underneath. And it's actually very clear in that drawing, and that you see that the seating that you have shown in the theater is actually mirroring that of the hillside. And then there's the space of the hillside that slips underneath, which for me, and then bleeds into the parking structure. So those kinds of spaces, as well as parking structure on the left, and then there's a compression that goes to the right. So there's really a dance between those two spaces that are in that section that I think is not actually happening in your plans. And that is, I think the section on the left is actually what you're looking for from a spatial standpoint. In other words, I think those spaces that act in between those need to have more of their own kind of identity. Now, if you could just do one favor for me and go to you did I don't know if it was exactly a precedent study, but you was looking at the three boxes, the blue, red, and yellow. Maybe it was you were looking, you did an exercise maybe with it had a white box, and then it's what you use to do the entryway into your theaters. It was the blue, yellow, red boxes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd love to see that image.
It's your cinematic, it's your
Cinematic model.
your
I'll wait because it's really worth waiting for, I think.
what is it called? Your short, your animation, yours.
In my animation?
The thing we did right before spring break.
The model with the rainbow.
There you go.
There.
That's
Yeah.
it.
I mean, look at how beautiful that is. And that's architecture just right there. I mean, that's doing all of the things that you're talking about, but actually in a much straightforward architectural way. And I think one of the things that it's hard to do is to, when you have something and go, actually, okay, maybe I haven't seen, you know, a building that's quite like that. And it's pretty direct and it's pretty straightforward. So how do I turn that into architecture? And I would say actually the architecture is right there. It's pretty common, particularly I think, you know, in the early years of design, that this thing of architecture sort of kicks in. And I think that's what all of your instructors were trying to do, is to dislodge your understanding of what architecture is and just to build upon, you know, those notions. So what I really like about those three is that, first of all, those are very much like a building space. Like if your theater could have been just sort of more direct as that, I think you would have found it actually, you know, stronger in that sense, in the sense that, you know, looking at your section and looking at this and seeing, okay, so how where am I actually showing what it is that I want to show in a more, in a more direct way. That's really, really important. Now, I want to talk just really quickly about a couple of details. So one is that I think what dilutes from this, it's important to look at this. So when you go to the entry of the theaters that you have now, okay, right there. So what's interesting here is that there's a couple of things. One has to do with the, again, sort of turning it into, maybe the previous exercise that you saw it being a bit simplified, maybe a bit banal. I don't know. But what happens is that when you then turn that into building in that sense here, it loses that particular energy. One of the things that's really killing you here, and I think, again, it's understandable that we do as architects, but is that you've got the baseboard and the where the ceiling meets the roof, or maybe that floats back, I'm not sure, is that you've made that into these sort of black bands. And what that's doing is actually, it's really sort of killing the way in which the space is interacting. It's also turning it into more of a banal building, not in the way that you might see it as being simplified, but actually those lines are articulating the geometries that you've actually generated. Instead it really wants it to sort of be much more amorphous in that sense, in terms of the space. Does that make sense?
Yes, but
yeah. So I think, that, because you're really looking, exploring the space in between. And so then the things of where I don't have access to that space here. There's sort of visual thing, and you're implying it by the light, which has its own qualities. But again, I would just ramp it up to engage it. And then the second thing is by doing those lines at the top and at the bottom, you're also sort of freezing it, or sort of killing that, that notion, because you're establishing, in other words, all of this here is that you're establishing boundaries, as opposed to actually engaging those boundaries and letting yourself morph into each other. The last thing I would say, what was beautiful about the previous example is that, as you pointed out, you've got the three colors, and they combined, right? Combined, they make yet, different colors come through those combinations. And so that's a conceptual idea that's realized through, it's sort of physicality. In other words, you don't simply see that, oh, those are just three simple colors and you're done, and white boxes. It's actually much more complex than that. And that's really what you should be, that's, your architecture could benefit from that. And I know it's difficult because we tend to think, if I make things more formally complex, therefore there's more of an intellectual complexity, where actually in this case, that's not necessarily so.
thank you.
Okay. Several concluding comments would be good. I have something I want to jump on what Vince said, but I don't want to not let you guys talk.
So I would agree with a lot of what Vince said. I think there's an aspect to the to that hallway that I think is in some ways, where there's a lot of promise for the space, but in some ways it feels very perfunctory at this point. I think there's the possibility of even thinking about exiting a theater from a very dark theater into a very brightly lit space, and how that space begins to acknowledge that transition from one experience to another. I think would be something interesting to play with. Potentially even looking at, instead of the doors or the volumes being part of that colored aspect of it, that becomes part of the windows, and you're allowing that light to then mix in that space as the day progresses in that room or in that access space. And there's also something about the access that is implied in your first model there, the one in the upper left, that kind of plum colored volume. The idea that entry was significant and special and kind of extracted from the building, I find interesting in a way that I think the elevator volume is less so. I almost want those elevators to move into the core, into that helical core, and that everybody is always circulating around that same aspect of it, rather than it being like the entrance right now looks very much like a Violet Crown entry. And there's part of me that wants it to not, to break from that a little bit, insofar as the experience being something where even a pedestrian may have to enter this, the parking garage structure itself.
Bernardo or Audrey?
Yeah, sorry. I'll say
Go,
something
Audrey.
really quickly. I think that both Brian and Vince touched on this, but just listening to you talk about kind of the whole progression through the semester, Lauren, there's this theme that I really think is fascinating. We just talked about it, but it's sort of this boundaries, maybe more punctuated experiences or moments, and then the in-between, right? So you talked about stages of grief, about in the Kill Bill example even, that starts and ends in the same place, but then there's this in-between that's sort of a little more mysterious. And then in the building, you have the theaters, the garden, the green space up on the roof, and then this in-between space. So I'm sort of wondering, like, if your focal point is this in-between, the interstitial, the example of the dreams down below was a really interesting way to talk about that. I think it's in these details like Vince just spoke to, or in circulation, which what we're talking a lot about with Brian as well, that maybe they need to be paid closer to attention to, or more with more sensitivity, because yeah, if that makes sense. It's sort of this in between that what exactly is it that how are people moving through this space that are really highlighting that in between? Yeah.
I'd just love to add a couple of comments quickly. I really, really loved all the preparation, the previous work that you did with your models and your sections and the lighthouses and all of that work was just visually stunning, like really, really beautiful. It definitely captured my imagination and my attention. And I also was very captivated with that sort of like Ellsworth Kelly-esque volume with the primal colors, very powerful stuff. And also you added this notions of grief, relief, and I was really wowed by all of that. And then I saw a bit of a divorce from all of that theoretical concept. It was absolutely stunning with your project. And I don't want to take away from your project. I think it's a very, volumetrically interesting building. I think it's definitely interesting to look at. I think there's a couple of missed opportunities. The entrances to the theater also I found like a bit boring compared to the rest of the whole experience. But I would just love to see how that, the translation from your theoretical work and that beautiful representation bleed into your formal design, which I thought it was just really, really stunning. But overall, I congratulate you. I see a lot of work. I think there's a lot of really interesting things here to explore and to keep on exploring. And yeah, that's it.
I completely agree. I'll do the wrap-up comments. I completely agree. You're in exactly the right place. So the question, huge question, is how do you go from all of this intention into really making architecture? So that thing that Vince was talking about, like how do you get the baseboard right, is a really critical issue. The entry to the theaters, that's a really important image because it's really banal, that thing that you showed, but what you're really doing is not. I'm gonna grab the screen for a second because I don't know if you've heard of the movie The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. If you haven't, you should go watch this thing and study this thing, because there was this 1927, I think, German expressionist film where they're trying to figure out how to do things. And they're just painting light. They paint light and dark. So light's not this thing they're literally painting it onto the set. So it's something where there's this surrealistic idea about things. And so the gap between the theaters actually starts to have these swaths of light that violently interrupt the sequence of moving around. And the more I look through these images, the more I'm going like, that's all in Lauren's project. You just have to try to figure out how to do it. Including there's even this kind of weird surrealistic displacement of height. So that bar where the floor slopes down and the roof that you can occupy are all these surrealistic moments that you've built into the project. And now it's just a question of how do you get those to manifest in, detailing a base that doesn't destroy it and that's exactly the right place to be. So very nice project. Good.
May I interject real quick?
Please do, yes.
I just wanted to say, Lauren, all semester when you were able to kind of be wild and free and not have program, your concepts and ideas are so strong and abstract and beautiful. And so be careful being able to translate that when you checked all the boxes. I mean, everything is here, your sections, your renderings, I mean, how you revealed the models visually and showed us everything, it's all here. But don't lose sight of your core ideas and keep true to your concepts. I always felt like you were always trying to catch up with your ideas because they are so strong and powerful. So we're excited about all of that. And so try to go back and revisit your experience. Make sure that you've got the program, everything is there, the drawings are beautiful. But now revisit, make sure you're giving the experience that you want the person to have.
Yeah, I wanna, yeah, sort of,
Super short. We gotta.
I will. So I think, and everyone has said this, but the thing I want to be clear on is that it's not, I mean, the reason for the speculation studio is to introduce you yet even more to the notion of how you start to connect your ideas to architecture, how it can render it in a more direct fashion. So it's not as though, I mean, yeah, I just want to agree. I agree that that you've learned a lot this semester, and that by and large, your work is very, very well done. And it's about tying it together, but that is expected at this particular level. It's not as though, I mean, I'm not disappointed in that sense. It's just that you're set up to move forward at this point.
Great job.
Okay, thank you very much. Andre, you ready to take over? Great, thank you. Yay.
Okay. Hi. I'm gonna start with my project from the first part of the semester. So for the first part, for the steady shot camera, So I decided to choose the 2-minute tracking shot from the series Euphoria. And for this, it's basically, I kind of inspired myself on the books that Professor Blood gave to us from Edward Tufte, where he used a lot of like graphical kind of like representations to represent different like kind of random things, but made a lot of sense when he put them like in diagrams and charts and stuff like that. And so for this plan, I kind of there were a lot of different characters, and it was like this one like very unique shot where the camera just like zoomed into characters and then zoomed out and then went into like to another character and stuff. And so I kind of like color coded them with the color palette of the series. And this bottom part is kind of like the distance that the camera so the distance from the camera to the character, yeah. And for the second part, I worked here. Can I hide this here? I worked on, this was the inhabit section. This section started out like very abstract. I wish I had put an image of this, but this was like the final section, and this is the model that goes with it. Sorry. Okay. And so this was kind of playing with the story of the 7 floors, and it's not exactly like 7 floors, but I played a lot with like light repetition and depth. And so that kind of brings me to the project. So the T3 parking garage is nested into the steep hillside along the intersection of a busy boulevard fronting so the urban park and a residential neighborhood. But this parking garage is like is on like a typical parking garage, I guess, because it has its character and it's very expressive. And for my design, I wanted to mimic the helix shape that it has like on the center, and not exactly like a circle thing, but kind of like extend and project that movement into my design. And this design also explores the architecture as an extension for the views that can get you can get like on the top of the parking garage. And these are some of the videos, like glitchy gifs that I made. This second. Okay. So, so these are just some of the um, this is some of the presidents that I looked at. So I looked a lot of like continuity and how to like kind of make this like a continuous circulation that went like all across my program. And this is the ground floor plan. So here you can see you enter the building. I use the existing circulation of the building. So you enter, you can enter either through the stairs or that I inserted an elevator right beside it. So it's, the entrance is like just beside the street. And then here's like the concession part with food ticketing area, a lounge space. And then here I opened up like a patio thing. I decided to extend the helical structure all the way to the top of my building extension too, kind of featuring this or kind of celebrating this structure. And I also opened this like patio so that you're not just like, okay, there's a glass and then there's the helical structure. I liked a lot of the idea that, what was it? That one of our reviewers mentioned on the last presentation of Lauren of like adding the elevator to that helical structure. I think I will probably do that after this because I really like that idea, and I feel like if I'm celebrating the structure, it would be like a nice way to also like make people interact with it. But here are the three movie theaters. They all have like a ramp up to the to enter them. This is an exterior stair that goes up to an existing rooftop that here you can see on the top. This is a restaurant area with another like outdoor terrace that has a west side view, a kitchen. And for the bottom floor, for the top floor plan, this is the stair. The three movie theaters, I kind of wanted them to be expressive. In my first and like earlier designs, these movie theaters were lined up with this kind of like line, and I kind of wanted them to take more of like a character in this design, not just like be like to walk past them, you kind of like can see the blocks from the outside. And they also kind of mimic like a terracing from the hillside, also like a small terrace on the top. It's just like a top view. Here you can see the section, the central helical space, and the two kind of like end things with the center. So like from maybe from the outside, you may think like it's this huge thing, but it's actually like has this central core. It's a void. This is the long section here. You can see the theaters, entrance. This is kind of like a sky bar lounge. I didn't mention this, but here in this space, I wanted, sorry, the top one. I wanted to do like a small area to do short films screenings for people who just like, when you go to a museum and you walk past like a room that has like this film playing or something. So just like fun films or local films that are like very short, concise, that people can just like walk in. This is like a bar, and then this would be like a terrace. And this is the only thing that's like on the upper floor that's enclosed. So you can also enjoy the views, but there's also this little exterior space that has the downtown view.
Your roof is occupiable, is that correct?
Yes. And this is the south elevation, the terrace. And this would be kind of like the entrance, the little patio. It has this kind of like interior patio that interacts with the center. This is a present day render. And this is the top, like kind of sky deck with the views towards, can't really see the downtown, it's more like the west side. And this was just like an isometric view, kind of highlighting the undulating roof, contrasting this top part and this kind of roof decking, and this kind of shows the different spaces of the model. And so this is like kind of the most that stand out to me, at least. It's like the helical central core, and then this kind of second central core that kind of drags your attention to it, and the 3 movie theaters that are also take shape in like their form. They're not just boxes. So
okay,
yeah.
That's good. Can you show GIF 2 again, please? It flies by a little bit quickly, but that's, I find, one of the best things to capture the overall disposition of parts. At least the first part of it. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I'm supposed to go that far.
Okay. Okay.
My sincere apologies, Andrea. My internet gave up the ghost right in the middle of your presentation, unfortunately. You were about to, when you cut out, you were about to say something about circulation, and I apologize that you're repeating yourself. Would you mind giving me the 1 second lowdown on circulation?
Yeah, so I use the existing circulation of the building. So it's this central staircase, and I added an elevator right beside it. So it's on the corner of the building, accessible from the street side. And the second floor plan is kind of like a roof terrace, and this part of the building is enclosed. So you go up, so you kind of like use this staircase to go up, or the elevator. You can do this, or you can go up through this exterior staircase to the rooftop, also through the elevator. And yeah.
And the stairs do not, the only stair that accesses that level is the one that's closer to the atrium. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And as
did not-
far as, sorry, and the interior exterior space, that the lounge kind of terrace area to the bottom left is enclosed, as are the theaters. Are all the other circulation spaces enclosed as well?
Yes, on the first floor they are. So all of this is enclosed.
Okay.
This is a small like indoor patio, but it has a roof over it. So yeah.
I'll if you don't mind, I'll jump in on this one, which is, I think it's, I really like what your approach, and it's clear the issues that you're struggling with. And maybe we'll get John to talk, more about. He never really explained why he picked this particular building as quote unquote the site. And for me, it's one of my favorite buildings in Austin. It is, on one hand, on one hand, it's comprehensible. On the other hand, it's extremely complex, sort of simultaneously. And that being such a strong building, I'm just wondering how how you felt about sort of dealing with this. And I'm reading through your drawings, and that you're really trying to mitigate between the hard, sort of rectilinear outer shape of the building and the way in which that it's set off by the central ellipse, or vice versa. In other words, you can come out as being the stone in the setting, or the setting in the stone. Both are very well done with regard to this building itself, and then how you're sort of mitigating between those two. And I think for me, the tier shape that you're using in the center is actually quite brilliant, in that it does mediate between both of those extremes, the rectilinear sort of purity of the boundary condition, and then the central ellipse. And so that really is a way to negotiate between those two. So I think that's quite successful. The other thing, though, is, I guess, the question that I have for you, Andrea, is, I see that, again, as with the last one, your theaters are all articulated as quite separate volumes. Was that something dictated within the program? Actually, jumping ahead, I noticed that I believe, maybe I'm wrong here, but if not all, certainly most of the projects articulated those as singular boxes. And what was the struggle that you were having with that? Or maybe you didn't have a struggle with that?
I guess it was more of a way to give a different character to them, because they're supposed to be kind of like the protagonist of all of this project, I guess. In the beginning, I had them, as I mentioned, lined up with, they were vertical instead of horizontal and kind of tilted, and they did not go out of the plan or whatever. But I guess for me, I decided to actually make them not like the boxes, but actually make the shape of them kind of stand out, because they also gave me the terrace condition that was different to just having a flat roof, that it gave me kind of that leveling. And also in the bottom, instead of just being a wall and walking to it, it had the shape of the theater, instead of just a hallway. I don't know, it had that depth to it that I guess it was more interesting to me from a insider point of view to walk into that.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Okay, yeah, I understand it, and I think that's certainly a direction that's worth exploring, and you've explored it, and I think that it's that sense is very sort of modernistic in the sense that that each of the functions are articulated as independent elements, And so I understand why you did that. I also understand there's an intrinsic, I guess maybe leaning towards, you know, a sort of formal complexity to quote unquote add interest to the, you know, to the building. So I understand that as well. What I find also interesting is in your sections, you know, one section is where there's this sort of ribbon, and then as you cut through, it becomes sort of more normative. So it's almost as if something is, you know, is growing out of that, you know, is growing out of the rectilinear language, and then there's something that's independent that then morphs out of that. And that's quite a bit different from the way in which you're handling the theaters, which are their own independent things. In fact, as you just pointed out, you've twisted those to make those, to actually dislocate it from the existing geometry, to make them even sort of more independent. I'm just trying to, I mean, so there's lots of things I really like about your building. Again, there's different, for me, there's that the project resides more strongly, I think, more in line with with your intention in some of the drawings rather than in the others. I might say, if you look at the overall, I think it's maybe in your roof plan, if we could go to that for a second. Yeah. So that for me is like, I mean, that really, for me, when I look at that, I just want to get rid of those theaters. You know, that it really, it just seems that there's more of a resolution, as you well know, when those become, it's really the question of when there is exception and when the exceptions are fighting, you know, relative to one another. And so for again, I see that the outer boundary being one thing, the oval being something else, and through their opposition, you know, they become exceptional in and of themselves. And then it seems as though, you know, that if you go to, let's go to one of your plans, maybe midway through. Yeah, that I think we can leave it on this one right here. What I really like about this is that there's this other field that's starting to appear, you know, in between those two conditions that don't have to be, you know, just a single tier shape, that they're actually, it's actually has the possibility to morph into other spaces. And so I think actually that is a notion, does all the, you know, that is a sort of condition, does all of the complexity that you're looking for, but yet the language holds together and doesn't become, you know, a series of different languages. So can you go to your axon, you know, like your 3D model? There. So there's a case of point where, and I noticed in one of your models, like even the sign, whatever, I assume that's a sign, the sign is gone. And when I look at that, the sign is gone. That feels better to me. And so for me, the question is at this point, and this is what happens to all of us as designers, is that you start to add stuff. And then there's a point of when then you start to edit stuff. And then it gets to where, okay, then you start to add stuff, then you start to edit stuff. And it's sort of a back and forth process. But for me, the thing is, I'm looking at all the different elements that are kind of, you know, they're sort of pulling themselves out, yet they want to be integrated. And I would say that your instinct to integrate them, for me, is more powerful than the instinct to articulate each piece. Again, because there's this dichotomy that's previously established. And so I would just put that as something to, I guess it becomes more aware of a production of a field condition, I guess, between those two conditions. And what do you think about that? Were you struggling with those? I mean, or was this, or was the whole process quite, I mean, did it seem quite easy to you, or were you struggling with that?
I had to like kind of mold this project kind of away from looking awkward and more kind of like doable, but still like those theaters, like even though they were like kind of different and gave like a character to the theaters, I still struggled to like, I don't know, like I was like, this is like, I really like the shape, like like this that you said, like this, and then I felt like, what is this? Like, I don't, and I
Yes.
wasn't like entirely convinced, but I kind of, I don't know.
Yeah, so this one, so you're right. You're right. So when you look at this one right here,
So
just very, very quickly. So when you look at this one right here, those three boxes, just in the way that you've done this photo, aligns those and sort of smooths out that condition, right? And makes it seem much more sort of integrated.
I mean, I would agree. I think the decision to execute those as distinct things feels a little bit like you're apologizing for it, because in section they look like part of the building, and even in this they look a little bit more like part of the building. And I think that they can have this their own distinct kind of volumetric relationship to the overall structure, but it feels like it either needs. Showed some of the precedent images of more of the ribbon, the continuous ribbon structures, where the distinction between what is floor, ceiling, and circulation gets very muddy. And it feels like it has become more of a formal move, at least looking at this elevation, where the wall that we circulate next to becomes the floor plate and then kind of works into the ribbon roof. And there's a part of that that I think is an interesting idea that I feel like needs to be integrated more. Like if that wall has a quality and suddenly that wall that we're circulating by as we go up the stairs has, say, a texture or something about it that then becomes something that we use as a continuous element to circulate through the space and kind of helps us along this story. There's the idea in your earlier studies of the camera and how the camera's relationship to the protagonist or to the characters in the film that you were talking about changes, right? They are either closer or further away, and the camera's constantly bouncing back and forth. And I think there's something about that wall and that idea of this ribbon that you're either getting closer to it or further away really starts to define your sense of the quality of the space that you're in, whether it's part of the theater or the main outer space, or perhaps that you've flipped over on top of it when you get to the roof, that where you exist relative to that surface becomes very intentional in how you circulate through the space.
Okay, we're gonna need comments from Audrey or Bernardo or Yvonne. We need to move on pretty soon. We have two more. Any general comments? No, yeah, am I muted? No, okay, good.
I'm muted, sorry. I think that Andrea, you did a really lovely job integrating this. There's so much care in every space. And then so I think you just have to take that energy and how do you apply that to the theater space, which is, you talked about that being the most important part of your, this is what we're coming to. We're going to the movies. And so how do you integrate that? And your precedence is so lovely. And I think you could kind of go back, revisit that. And how do we start to, there's just so much attention to everything. I was looking through all of your drawings, even the bathrooms, I'm still experiencing this space in the bathroom, which is very hard to do at this level. And so how do you have that same conversation with those theater spaces? But really lovely work and so much work. And I've just been sitting here looking at all of your plans and sections and drawings. And it's very well, you've really thought about the experience and you've given a lot of energy to every moment. I feel like every square footage piece. I love the moment with the short film you talked about, this is a good little fluid space right there. So I just think every moment has been given attention, but take the theater spaces and give it that same energy and see how that, integrate it, get it involved, and you look at your precedent work, because that I think can give you some answers and help you start to have that part of the conversation with the rest of your building. Good job.
And all right, I'm ready to jump in. So good job. There's a lot of work behind this. It's evident. I really like your previous work that got you to this. All your studies of repetition, light, and all that study that you did with of the distance between the camera and the protagonist. I thought it was very interesting. Again, on your final project, I'm not so sure I see all of those ideas come to fruition. I do think that you elaborated a lot of complex ideas, and therefore maybe it lost a little bit of simpler concepts. It seems like it's a bunch of good ideas put together. There's a lot of things that I really appreciate about your design, especially that wavy roof. To me, that's very airy and it flows very well with the building. Not so much with that overlap, that folded wall that goes down on the side of the parking lot. That seems more like I don't know, it seems more forced, although I can see that it's sort of a continuation to that wavy roof. But anyway, my final comment is that I guess that if you take a long time to explain an idea, it's because it might need a little bit more simplification conceptually. But that doesn't take away of a lot of good work. And I really like your studies that you did previously. I thought that was very powerful, and the model and all of that was very, very, very plastic and very interesting. And I'm just missing it a little bit on your final project, but good work overall.
Okay, good. We're going to go on to Max now. Okay, Max, we're pinched on time, so be concise as you go through the presentation and explanation of your project, please.
Sounds good. All right, let me share my screen. By the way, hi, I'm Max, everybody. So I'm going to start with a little bit more information about the existing structure. So nested into the deep hillside, the T3 parking structure is located near the busy intersection of North Lamar and MLK. And so the structure utilizes rectilinear concrete columns around a central elliptical element. And so the elliptical element creates a light well, and the steel cables around it provide transparency in the structure. So the parking garage includes an occupiable green roof and green spaces around the elliptical element to breathe life into the concrete structure. And so the vines overlapping the steel screens on the exterior also allow the existing structure to recede further into the hillside. So now I have a little fly through. Can y'all see that?
Yep.
Okay. So my idea for the project was to create an addition that could serve as a space where users can gather while also being extremely noticeable to the public. Because the project sits atop the existing structure, my intent was to develop noticeable aesthetic oppositions to the existing structure, while also continuing some structural language of the T3 parking garage. So there's that. And then, so what I kind of started with is I wanted the theater program to be really noticeable and visible to the public. So I looked at a learner hall precedent. And so the main idea with that was the focus on the front facade. So what I ultimately wanted to do was place the theater program towards the more public area of the site. And I kind of have this little idea model. I kind of want to be masses that are very visible and noticeable to the public. And so as an element that could be seen as a counterpoint to the existing structure, I felt like my design needed to be visible and attractive. My documents will load. And so since I want my addition to be a gathering space, with the surrounding context right here, there's a little neighborhood, there's businesses, there's Peace Park, there's West Campus to the east, and then downtown to the south. And so I wanted this addition to attract all users from all areas of the surrounding context and be accessible from both MLK and North Lamar. And so I got another, if it'll pop up. All right. Okay. So building on this idea of aesthetic opposition, I thought that maybe utilizing a curve form for the project can even more visibly oppose the rectilinear existing structure. And so what I did is I started with the site boundary, and from there I inset and curve the edges to kind of get a basic footprint. you can see here. And then after that, I actually elongated the building to kind of get around the 7,000 square foot area for the program. And so I wanted to establish this stance of function follows form for my project, just to get like an atypical way to design. And then it also can be more sculptural and visibly noticeable. And so from there, I looked at this building, the Greenway Gateway Pavilions. Basically, the idea here was they started with this curvilinear form and infilled the program. So from there, here are my plans. What I did is I kind of infilled the program into the existing form, the curvilinear form I already had. And so to enter the building, you use the existing stair core, the parking garage, and then the added ADA elevator. And you actually have to go along the existing green roof. And so from there, you enter the building right here. And so I'm actually going to go back to some of my previous work. So for the Steadicam sequence shot,
You have 2 minutes.
Wall Street. And so this was kind of like a spatial exploration exercise. And kind of what it showed me is how views, in this case, the camera angles, affect how users experience and perceive the spaces, whether it be open or condensed. It kind of also allows, affects their movement through the spaces. And so I kind of continued that idea into the next exercise, which was the inhabit section. And so I kind of collaged different elements together, and then also kind of explored how space becomes more convoluted and condensed, and how the users can experience the spaces in different ways. And so to take this a step further, I also saw how different forms and edge conditions can influence how users move through the space. And so going back to my plans, as you enter the building, I have this kind of rough sketch. You kind of follow this this curvilinear side with the glass curtain wall, kind of serves as an edge condition and kind of promotes movement through there. So I oriented most of the social program, like the lobby, the bar area, the restaurant, towards this left side that follows the curve. And that's actually more open to the public, as it to the west is North Lamar and MLK. And then on the right side of the project towards the steep hillside is the more functional program. And you can see it kind of gets more condensed and closed off. And so I just like graphically how that kind of shows the difference between those spaces. And then to get to the second floor of the project, you move up this helical staircase right here. And so right here is just an occupiable green roof. And so it's a really open and flexible space, but I'll talk about that in a little bit. And from there, you enter the theater spaces right here. And so they're relatively small theaters. They're like 25 seats each, and you actually enter from the occupiable roof. And so again, going back to that idea of visibility and wanting my project to be noticed, I kind of reshape the theaters and morph the geometry and the structure to kind of heighten the attractiveness. And so what I did is I took the basic square layout of a theater and I stripped it of all the unnecessary space. And then by sculpting the form of the theaters, I was able to create a unique form that could cantilever over the building. Show you my section. So the theater's right here, and it kind of cantilevers over here. And the theater masses appear to be almost like floating from the structure. And it kind of creates a mesmerizing spectacle as users approach the entrance of the project from the existing green roof. And so the next thing I want to talk about is how I kind of wanted to continue some of the structural language of the T3 parking garage.
Max, 30 seconds.
All right, basically, the central circulation mimics the helix structure of the parking garage. And then I extruded these steel cables to kind of add a visual effect, and it serves some structural purpose too. And then this kind of creates a nice refreshing moment as you move to the occupiable roof. And so the occupiable roof kind coincides with the goals of making this project a social gathering space, as it kind of allows users to interact while also experience the surrounding context. And so this hill right here is created by a curve in the roof. And so that wavy form actually adds some character to the roof and helps highlight the central void right here. And then the wavy form also helps usher users into the theater spaces, as you got to enter the theaters from the roof. And so I thought that was kind of interesting because it kind of deviates from the typical movie theater typology, as it forces users to experience natural elements and interact socially before delving into the solo dreamlike experience inside the movie theaters. And sorry for the scrolling. Last, I'll get back to it. All right, so I kind of thought this project creates a unique typology for the movie theater program without actually losing the experience of going and watching a movie. And yeah.
Good. Okay.
So Max, quick question for you. You've cantilevered the theater boxes off of the building to kind of make them very prominent as far as the massing of the building has now been rearticulated. Is it important to me as somebody who's driving down Lamar or up MLK to know what the program of those boxes is?
Not necessarily. I wanted it to almost just be like a visual element where, because at least for me, whenever if I see something big floating in the air, I'm saying, hey, I'm curious, I'm gonna go explore what that is. And to that point, it kind of brings people into the building.
What about when I'm, let's say, I believe I think it's the Lamar side. Can I see the curvilinear building from the street? Am I aware of that, or am I pretty much only aware of the theater structures?
From the Lamar side, from right here.
Yeah, as I'm driving by, can I see, in other words, can I ever, as a person on the street, see what you've done, save for the theaters?
Most of the attention would be on the theaters. I guess you could kind of see it, not really, just the curvilinear form, but you'll be able to see this glass facade right here.
Okay.
Yeah,
and
no.
Sorry, say that again, John.
You probably would not see it. You might remember that it's there if you'd been there once, but you wouldn't. I don't think you'd visually see it.
I mean, I think in some ways the idea of articulating the theaters as distinct elements, and the idea that it's possible, perhaps even preferable, that the existing parking garage structure is outside of the theaters is the only thing I see. I do like the idea that suddenly these objects have kind of appeared up there and are in some ways the main articulation of the building. In some way, I want to actually decrease the buildingness of the rest of what you've done and kind of focus on these as the primary elements that are up there. I think I'm also interested in the idea, leaving a theater to the outside is how I left the theater as a child, a big theater when I saw Star Wars for the first time. Leaving a theater, I walked outside into the parking lot directly. There was no back into the lobby option at that point. Yeah. So I think for me, it's interesting. It's interesting also that we have abandoned that typology here in the US, and it's all about kind of this sad lobby with sad carpeting and sad pictures on the wall. Is what we do is the negotiation between this film that we've just seen and the outside world. And I like that you've at least proposed the opportunity for there to be a different option there. To quibble over that, how we enter buildings, the idea that there's a solid block and there's a door that I walk through feels a bit mean as a way of like, although there's interest in that and there's perversity to that, and that might be interesting in and of itself. My experience in Japan was the kind of forced engagement of being able to having to walk straight into a room that I had no idea what I was going to encounter, with the nervousness of somebody who was not from that country. And I feel like in the same way, your theater is like I'm going from outside directly into a black box, of which my eyes obviously won't be able to focus for a while. So there's that negotiation of walking into the unknown or the foreign or the kind of what I'm not familiar with, which is something that I would want you to have intent behind, right? That's the goal. That's interesting, perverse, but interesting. But if not, that's something I think you would want to think about is what is that transition? How does that happen?
I agree. Let me, there's a lot I really like about this project. I think you could leave it right there in the sense that when I look at the site plan, it's the site plan itself is very convincing. Again, if I go back to the previous comments that I made with regard to the different sort of geometries that are already embedded within the existing building, for me the question is, and again, the sort of difficulty in this is so how is it possible to add to the existing building or you know, gosh, what would I say? I mean, I certainly would not want to be at the very least detrimental to the building. And when do I do things that would occur? How is it possible to you know, to make the existing building to heighten its you know, its quality, and those are very difficult aspects, as well as everything else that's sort of tied into this. So I'm gonna start off, and I'm gonna be quite direct because of time. So don't take it anything other than out of time. And the other thing, but the thing that I will say is that it's clear to me, Max, that that you love your project, and that's important, and I can feel that. And so I'm assuming that you would like to hear our thoughts behind it in terms of how to improve it, because to me it's like you're very close. There's so much I like about the building. I think the ways in which you just did the diagrams at the beginning to outline the four aspects that you were very much interested in, and I think you did pursue those pretty relentless. It does, the thing is, you can in this sense, you can have your cake and eat it too. My first question that I wrote down when you said that you wanted the sort of the theaters to really sort of be almost in, you didn't use these terms, these words, but I know that's what you meant, sort of like in your face when you go by, to be noticeable. And the very first question I wrote down is why? Why is that important, other than someone like noticing what you're doing? And of course you can do that in different ways. Some people do that by taking a giant gorilla and inflating it full of air to say that they have cars on sale. There's lots of things that can draw your attention, and so it's a question on, I think, how to do that. I think and I think if I look at it from a modernistic standpoint, in the sense that it's possible that the formal qualities of the building would convey its interior or its programmatic use, although we know that over time buildings change their uses. The one that's right down the bottom of the street, for example, right across the street from it, that this is connected to, is a good example of that. And so then the question for me would be, okay, so someone else comes in here and it's no longer a movie theater. What else, what would that be? For me, a precedent that I think you should look at is actually to look at Moneo's addition to the Fine Arts Building in Houston, and that he has those light towers that are these volumetric boxes. They're of a different material than the main addition, which is the volumes of the light monitors are these glass boxes that sort of sit there, but they're in the same language as the rest of the edition, which is that it articulates it at the same time being quite different. I think if you go, I actually think you've crossed the line of where you've made it too different. And I think when I look at the site plan, I read those three boxes, bang, I read them as if they're both individual as well as part of the building. If you go to, well, even the image above shows you the problem where you've gone beyond that, and those become, they pulled themselves away from the building. If you would please go to your last section, I think.
scroll down to it.
So, and of course, that's the value of all the different drawings is you get the different aspects. So right there, you can see that there's a thing of where, you know, as you can imagine, that whole weight wants to collapse. There's a hinge point, you know, where that box meets that the sort of curved dip there. And you can see where it's sitting extremely uncomfortably. And there's no really, I don't believe there's any reason for that, in the sense that I think you could still get the articulation, still engage the box. You know, if it actually came down and touched the top of the existing structure, I think you would actually even read that more easily from the street, because you wouldn't have that shadow line that's underneath there that actually becomes part of this sort of extended facade and becomes a different material, and it would get everything that you want at the same time being harmonious with you know, with the existing building. I think let me talk about something that, you know, that's I think is really quite well done. But if you would go to one of your plans, please, like blown up. Okay, this plan right here shows, like, again, I look at that and I go, okay, that's exactly what I've got. You know, I've got the theaters, they're engaging the box. I've got the existing oval in the center, and then there's something that's linking all of those elements together, it being its own thing, but not being overpowering. Okay, next. Another floor plan, please. Okay, so this one right here, I would say most of it is really quite well. I like the fact that when I look at, I can't read if is it number 12 or 13, that it's hatched on the side. There's a, you know, it's the curve, and then it's right before the stair. It's almost as if there's a field, you know, that's, again, the rectilinear language of the main building is registered. And then you're registering the curved part of your building as being like taking a pair of scissors and cutting that stuff away and leaving the residue behind. So again, it's making a different space and it's relating inside to outside. It's very, very powerful. When you then go into space 10, that disrupts that, I guess, that kind of magic. It then becomes, yeah, it becomes its own, you know, again, sort of independent object, as opposed to the implication of a larger fabric that's been cut, which is, again, sort of, I think, by the brilliant move of the, you know, of the curved spaces that go in there. So I don't want to take up, you know, much more of your time, but I just want to point out those things that, to me, you're just a couple of moves away from getting this thing to really sing. The last thing would be that I want to say is, and John knows this, with all the planting, to get the planting to grow is quite difficult. And so by doing those overhangs, you're not going to get a lot of shade. I'm sorry, you're not going to get a lot of sunlight underneath there. And, you know, it'd be different plants and all those other kinds of things. So, I mean, that becomes its own space dealing with the plants. Again, sort of bringing it down, I think, would help resolve that. But again, very, very nice project.
Bernardo, Audrey, Yvonne.
Yeah, I think I agree with Vince about space 10 in this plan. And I guess I wonder if it does feel like there's these one or the other, like all public open spaces, gathering spaces, or then these really condensed spaces. I do wonder, and this also builds off of what Brian said, why not have some sort of more articulated transitional experience? And in this plan, I wonder that about 5, like right when you go into the building, that feels like a condensed space, but is there not a view like through to the rest of the interior experience where you can see that core again? I have a question about that. And my other question was, when you're on the roof, I think the movement in the topography where you can sit on it is a really nice detail, but then you're looking back at the back of the theater. And I have a question about what that experience would be like. And also, why not have more of a transition from being in that space inside the theater to the outside? I think you spoke about it being like this private dream like experience watching a movie, but I would also say there's an argument for that actually being a collective dream. And I think there could be something interesting about moving collectively from that interior dark space to the really bright wide open space. And I think I would just consider that, maybe having some kind of screen-like experience could be interesting. The closest I'm seeing in your building right now is when you're walking underneath those cantilevered theaters, but even that is pretty abrupt, like you're completely covered and then completely open for a short space and then completely covered. And I think maybe considering the subtleties of the rhythm of condense and openness, private and public is important. And you're close, but there's some changes I would think about. Yeah.
I was gonna say, I think that,
Yep.
so I was gonna think that definitely help because I feel like my project's a little choppy right now. So I think the transitions would actually add to the effect of it. So I agree with that.
Good. Anything, Bernardo?
Yeah, it's a cool project. I like how there's a lot of respect for the original building and a really good integration for what's important about that building and why it's interesting. And you took from that and just enhanced it from your experience. I like how, I think this type of projects are important when you're studying architecture. That speculative, I think it's a good term. To not get into the physicality of how those cantilevers would actually work. I'm not sure how feasible that is, but it doesn't matter. What's important is the experience, and you have been thrown into this opportunity of, not worry about those things. And I think you really took that to an extreme. I like that. I like the volume. It's pretty. There's something volumetrically interesting about it. I question a few things about scale. I don't know if maybe I'm wrong, but in the section where you see the interior of the theaters, they seem like tiny. The theaters themselves. Yeah, that section. How many people can fit in each one of those boxes?
So it's 25 seats and then 2 more like ADA wheelchair accessible spots.
It's like tiny. Yeah.
Yeah, there's something weird about the scale in that section in particular, but I think in general it's a good volumetric study. It's a good study in impact and how architecture can be exciting. I love cantilevers whenever they're well done. I think they're bold, they're impossible, they're super difficult, not impossible, but they're extremely difficult to achieve correctly. But I like the fact that you're exploring that. And overall, I think it's a really interesting project. So well done.
Okay. Anything, Yvonne? Got one more project before we take a break?
I just feel, hey Max, really nice drawings. I'm really pleased to see your progress. I keep thinking about light and how different of an experience your building would be in the day and night. Mm-hmm. And you have some really great precedents of the night. Like I kind of feel like a club vibe or something at the top. But I also think there's a missed opportunity of I'm just right now looking at the section that you have up, the left-hand side up at the top. I just feel like there's a missed opportunity for what's going on there. Kind of what Audrey was saying about how can there be a projective surface or another experience, exterior movie theater experience, something there, club, night, drink, bar, something there that could, I feel like it's a space that could be utilized more. But I think you did there's some real elegant and sophisticated edited moves that you did, and your plans look really nice. So I'm really proud of the work you've done.
Yeah, some nice stuff there. I won't go into detail about it. Your renders don't do justice to the ideas, so I would collect more skills about how to depict those things. Plans and sections very, very clear. Yeah. Some nice stuff in the project. Very good. Cameron, Coleman, still with us?
Yeah, I'm right here.
All right, you're up.
Okay, so I'm Coleman. I'm going to start all the way back with our project from the beginning of the semester, which was this collage, a compilation of sections from different buildings, which was very kind of abstract. And final 2D graphic for that was this graphic here. And this was kind of an analysis of a model I made based on this drawing, which was just, yeah, an abstracted version of the 7 levels story we read. And then made this model based on those drawings. And one of my favorite things about this model was the base of it, actually, which is kind of funny because the head seems to get a lot of attention, but the base is this pure structure, and it was based on this constructivist section that I had found before. So that was something I actually enjoyed designing and making. And so then when we were presented with this garage, after analysis of the actual garage, I kind of had 2 priorities, which were keeping this edge on MLK, preserving that edge as it is, because I think it really does its job pretty well already. And then the edge facing Peace Park and Lamar, keeping that open, because the view from this parking garage is one of the most valuable aspects of the garage. And then also preserving the parking, because parking is quite valuable. So this is just the site plan as it was, with the lot lines and some more precedents. And so what I wanted to do, I enjoyed the structure so much from the model I had made at the beginning of the semester, and looked at more precedents with these massive elements and combination of different forms. This is some other constructivist building, which is just kind of a crazy combination of squares and circles, and I enjoyed both of those elements a lot, which led me to this final form that combined kind of this skin, this horizontal skin element, with the wall separating the parking garage from the programmatic space, and the actual theaters, which are raised up above an area below on some large steel supports. So I wanted to incorporate that same theme of expressed structure from our first project into this project. And one of the things that I realized after initial massing was how the actual form of a theater lends itself to creating a space underneath it, because they're tilted, they're not flat. So you have this space underneath it that has a lot of potential from the start. So this was an original kind of like sketch of what it might be, what my idea was for it initially, very rough sketch. And then this is what that became, this kind of restaurant bar area below the actual theaters, so that it's not just a sad lobby with some poor carpeting, but maybe a little more action within the actual like lobby space or the actual restaurant space. These were some more precedents with, I was just looking at these large supports and this skin. This is a house by Juan Miro, and this was a pretty significant aspect of the building that I incorporated into my own. So this is that restaurant area that I just looked at in that perspective on the second floor. And you would either drive through and park in the garage and enter through this door here, or you could walk up on the entrance on the first floor right here. So this is the main entrance, and there is one kind of grand procession element, which is this stairwell that wraps around the edge of this separating wall and continues up all the way up to the theaters. But this is the main public space. This is where the restaurant is, where the bar is, and you know, because in the theater you're not doing too much socializing. So this is the space deliberately meant for that. And then the theater level These two theaters hold 50 people each. These two hold 35. And there are separations between. There are two separations to bring in light to this third level, kind of like a light atrium, and access from the third level parking garage to actually still be able to access the theaters from that level. And then this is a section facing the theaters from that interior hallway, and what the interiors might look like. I added this kind of back window with the skin on top of it, so as to be able to maybe switch it to a proper environment for like a speaker or something. It doesn't just have to be a theater. It can be used for different activities. And then I'm going to stop share and reshare for a video for a fly through. One sec. Okay. So those are just the supporting elements with the theaters on top of them. Just like large, simple massing with two elevator stair cores on the edges. And then this is just showing that skin applied to the back of the theaters and the addition of mullions and whatnot to make the make that space below the theaters inhabitable. And then this outdoor kind of patio area and the interiors of each level. And that is it.
Oh, yeah, Coleman, I want to make sure I get your approach. Let me see if I understand your approach correctly. When I looked at your precedents, particularly the first three, although all three of them are very sort of structural, I see them as though, you know, it's through the structure that the energy of the building is translated. You know, it's let's compare that with versus say ornamentation. You know, these are not ornamental buildings, but the structure, in other words, the expression of the structure does that sort of that work that we might normally associate with saying being ornamental. And they're all, well, these are from quite some time ago. Of course, Tatlin's monument being right at the end of, or right during the Revolutionary War. And the one on the right is, I think, is a workers building from Moscow, which is innovative use of glass. And then the Church of the Autostrada in the center. So one thing I would say is, and this is sort of in general with precedents, they're very important in terms of the information that they convey. So, and I know people talk about what analysis that they've done. You know, it wouldn't hurt to label them, and then, you know, just sort of see what information is actually extracted from them. But that's what I get. That's what I get from them, is they're sort of they're strong, powerful sort of structural presence. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So and that's clear in your project. I mean, I think you you've achieved that successfully with these sort of giant, giant cantilevers. And then I think, very sort of interesting space, like, that you've carved underneath them here, where I guess that's the bar looking out. And so I think that's successful of an idea as well. I do have a question for you, which is that, because to me, this seems as though that this is really, really where your project comes together. I mean, this is really your project. Your project is these big steel, structures that have these big boxes sort of sitting on top of them. Yeah, and you show, and I like your images quite a bit, and I guess we could say that they're appropriate for the speculation studio in terms of, very sort of strong graphics, very, way of indicating, what the larger idea is. And I guess the other continuation of this is that as you get into comprehensive studio, you start to, use the technology itself to actually flesh out what these things may actually be, because they're a kind of they're sort of a cartoon at this point. And some of your classmates have I think the first two were much more sort of tectonic in that sense, which is kind of ironic because your project is intended to be tectonic. So I just want to put this out there that for me, like, that's the heart of the building. Besides this, and I love this drawing, but what I want to see as an architect, I actually want to see a cross section through that building. This looks like it's more of an elevation than a section. Do you have that cross section?
Yes, I should have opened up.
That's going the other way, right?
I don't have a section from the front, just the elevation.
Yeah, and again, I'm just trying to be as helpful as I can during these reviews, and I would just say that is where your project is, and so that is where that section, your sort of most highly detailed section, should be through that, because I think it's not only that space that is actually shown other than in a sort of graphic form of the bar that's underneath, which I think is, interesting that it's the glass that contrasts to the heavy piece below it. But I'm also interested in that space between the underside of that and that sort of slot. And I believe it was on the previous project that showed, one of the more interesting aspects to the building is that it's separated away from the site. There's like the retaining wall that lets space down between there. It's a very kind of, if you know the project La Tourette, it looks very much like a section through La Tourette that's letting, light come down and sort of charge that. And rather than in that space just being a kind of leftover space, it actually, I think that could be the most interesting space of your project. Again, building upon, where you see the heart of your project as being. And when you go, you don't have to go through these, and I'm done here. But basically, when you go through the plans, actually where those giant columns are and the interaction of the rooms, the pieces that fit those, yeah, because those are such powerful elements, they're like on the far left, that one is completely isolated. And then in the middle, there's a mixture of those that are isolated versus those that are sort of subsumed by the structure. And I think, I think just because, you've gone through and said, look, these things are really, really important. There, it just seems to be a sort of happenstance in terms of how they collide with one another, which could be an architectural strategy, but I don't think, that's not the idea as presented. So that's of a different idea. And that's the only thing that I would say at this point, that, again, you're sort of set up to look at these things when you get into comprehensive studio. Last thing I'll leave you with structurally is that, elements that are in the direction of the force are going to be, that's where you put the depth. So in other words, the depth in your horizontal planes are going to be much thicker than your verticals. And I think you were representing them in some of your drawings as being equidistant. Again, I'm just talking about in terms of structure, in terms of feeling that structure and articulating and knowing that they have not only spatial, but also formal ramifications.
I mean, I I would totally agree with all those comments. I think there's a heroicism that you seem to be wanting to tap into with some of the images and the precedents you've picked out, where some of these are pretty significantly sized structural elements, and the spaces below them are pretty profound. And in terms of that, I feel like I 100% agree. I kept waiting for the section to cut through that theater and the bar just to see how all that interplayed. But the rendering of that bar kind of gives it's a much more intimate space than I expected. Like the scale of it feels kind of counterintuitive to some of the precedents you showed. It feels like that wants to be both larger in all dimensions, because it is in some ways the most significant space you have. And then there's the elevation you have of the front, the Lamar side. Like having that section, like we can kind of see how that staircase and the theater start to interplay, and we want to see that there's this movement up in through there that can be translated through the building. I think that'd be extremely strong in section, and would also help to define exactly how we move from, is that staircase that wraps up, is it just landing on that greater floor plate up there, or does it lead us immediately to that space below the building? I do have to commend you. I think the images are quite handsome. I do like the fact that your intervention is something that kind of knits and slides into the side of the existing structure and doesn't kind of overtake it and dominate it. I do appreciate that you've left the other aspects there and did a very good job of putting the two together. But I think, my first aspect of this, once you had this image, was I couldn't stop myself from drawing the section through there just to see what that was all about.
Yeah, I think I spent a little too much time in the actual Rhino model trying to get everything right and not enough on post-producing it and really showing what's going on. So that's probably an issue.
But I'm going to say the cliche thing, which is that, is that the drawings are not, and of course, you have the advantage of all the professors that help you this semester, but the drawings are not, on one hand, yeah, you use them to record to see what you have, but on the other hand, the drawings are a method of production to figure out what it can be. So I agree with Brian completely in terms of, and I didn't, I'm embarrassed to say that I really didn't notice. I love the black and white in this, but I do love the diagonal that's cutting through there, and the play between, the black and the white and the gray textures. It reminds me of the previous exercises that you all did when you sort of did these fantasies of collapsing, these other architectures into one another, and making these sort of incredible architectonic, visions, which might lead you to a sort of architecture. So in that sense, yeah, that makes me even want to see that, that connection even more.
So you got a really good graphic signature and the clarity in the way that you're thinking. I want to talk just a second about structure, because you have this interest in, they have a heroic interest in structure and a kind of naivety at the same time. Like either you don't know how structure works yet, or, the question here is you have to figure out, once you know more about structure, do you want to keep some sort of abstract graphic presence of that? So a lot of your examples, the Tatlin project, I'm looking at this thing you did earlier right here. I don't know if you can see your own screen from that or not, but that thing, that's a beautiful thing that you did. The photograph of your model as a formal study that is exactly the same kind of idea. So you have to start to figure out exactly how much you want to know about what structure is and how you're going to apply it, because it's already present in your graphic intention and in your sculptural making, but it's not connected, or it's not there in the project yet. So watch out about making it too realistic. There may be some other intention you're after with that.
Well, as long as John said that, I can't help but step in with structure, which is that there's a couple things. One is that because yeah, these, you know, those structural elements will be something that you know, they become the most visible part. And so you have huge moment that exists where the angled piece is meeting the vertical piece, which again would change the very look of that, right? That becomes thickened right there. That's where your moment's the greatest. And then the other thing is, and this is just important, I think, for everyone to understand, is that, you know, where is it that you put your money in a building, in the sense that so much of this structure here is actually going to be in the foundation to keep the thing from rotating. I mean, it's going to be massive, massive. And so, you know, there's a big part of the structure that you're going to pay for that you're not even going to see. So the question is, just with regard to the overall structure here, there's certain things that you could do. You know, that you may introduce. I mean, in other words, you could resolve that structure in a different way that would still have those pieces floating out, but not quite as an extreme. That would then, you know, again, be something something that takes it somewhere that, yeah. I think this is important in the sense that the value in the drawings and in the model making that John just pointed out is that and I believe in your previous exercises, is that it takes your ideas somewhere unexpected. In other words, you're not just representing, like you have an idea and then you're just representing that idea. It's actually in the production of that representation that it takes your idea somewhere else that you couldn't previously imagine. And that's when the you know, that's when the architecture or the film or whatever, you know, anything creative, that's when it happens, is in the production. It's not actually, it's not just a recording of it. And so you really should, and I don't know where you all are right now with regard to you know, your construction and structure classes, but given your interest, you really do want to pay a lot of attention to that. Because it'll make this thing, you know, it'll just take it somewhere else. It's very exciting.
Okay. Bernardo, Audrey, any closing comments for these guys or anything else?
I'll just say, I think you got a lot of really great feedback already, but that diagonal, like transitioning from that model that you made that John just showed to this building, I'm really curious about what how the human fits into that. And we talked a lot about like the nesting into the site, like it's so intimate back there in that bar space. And I'm really curious about what it's like to progress up that stairwell and enter the theater, like with this massive dark form in this drawing, right? I'm really curious about that, like that human experience of it. And then I just got to say, you should really keep making those models because that looks awesome. Yeah.
Thank you.
Second, what about it being a creative force, those things. Yeah.
Just final thoughts here for me. I think you've created a sculpture. It's really interesting. I concur. There's the feasibility of this, the physics of it. I'm not sure how that would work, but I don't think that's part of the process right now for what you're doing. You truly have an eye for shape, light, sculpture in general. And I think that's what's important at this part of, you know, your education process. So I really congratulate you. You do care about shape, do care about those type of buildings that are massively structurally interesting. However, the beauty of those buildings come from the function. Those structures are beautiful because they are carrying a super important part of how that building works. Here, it seems like only a formality. It's only sculpturally beautiful. It's just pretty. So there's that marriage. I think it's your next step, but I think you're definitely an interesting artist, and I was very much impressed by your work.
Okay, very good. Thank you, middle section. Thank you, Vince and Brian and Audrey and Bernardo and Yvonne. That's great. We're gonna good work, everybody. Really good.
Thank
great.
you.
we're going to take a very short break, and the next section starts up at 3 o'clock. So coffee for me. Good, and I'll be right back. Thank you very much. Bernardo, if you want to stick around, you're welcome to. We've got good jurors after this, but it's up to you. I'm a little, cross-eyed, but good to have you here. Thank you. All right, this is the last session of the day. We've done 2 other sessions of 4 students each. We have 5 students this afternoon. Both sessions ran over this morning just because there's a lot to say about the project, especially the nature of the studio. I have to introduce what we've done for the sake of the jurors again, and that'll take a few minutes to do. But I will ask that the five students presenting work on being expedient, and I will help you. I will have to poke you along just to tell you when you have 2 minutes and whatnot, so that we don't run too far over. So a lot of good work out of the studio, very, very good things. So our jurors, we have Coleman Coker. Coleman, do you want to say like about a minute about yourself? I can't queue up my knowledge base about you. I know you, but.
Yeah, a minute would be too long for this. I've taught here, I guess, 10 years, professor of practice at the school, run a program here called the Gulf Coast Design Lab. We work down on the coast with nonprofits doing design build projects, primarily for environmental education, eco-literacy, trying to promote that through working with those nonprofits.
It's an excellent studio, not just design build, but really excellent design. Where's the best place for people to see some of your work, Coleman?
You got a website, gulfcoastdesignlab.org, O-R-G.
Gulf Coast Design Lab.
.org.
Perfect. Very good.
Yeah.
That's great. We have Adam Miller. Can you say something about yourself, please? I can't do justice.
Sure. Hello, everyone. I'm Adam Miller. I'm the 2019 Race and Gender Fellow here, and my work is on the politics of aesthetics, and I also run a stage production company called New Stars, where we do giant inflatable things. And I'm teaching studio right now, advanced studio.
What's the theme of that studio? It's very interesting.
It's an attempt to look towards vernacular aesthetic discourses. It's called Dragging Modernity Between Beautiful and Ugly. We're trying to locate alternate aesthetic expressions that might better describe the world around us and help us think about different ways of designing for a plurality of identities, using different aesthetic categories like cute or whimsical, zany, quirky, things like this, which are generated by an investigation of things to start with. And we work on designing across different scales.
Cool. Your design is, your review is Friday, right?
Yeah, it's Friday.
Very good. Aaron Seward, I have a little bit on you, but why don't you just give us the 1 minute?
Yeah, so I'm the editor of Texas Architect Magazine. Just got latest edition hot off the press today. Look for it. It'll be in your mailboxes soon. We have Burton Baldridge's hotel here on the east side of Austin. On the cover, I've been a journalist and editor, and more recently an architecture critic. But my career goes back 20 years. I went to school in New York City and started working in architectural publishing right after I was done with my literature degree. So I have no background in architecture other than that I've been covering it for 20 years. And yeah, I don't know what else to say.
That's good. That's very good. Do you know Sarah Amalor?
What's that?
You know Sarah Amalor?
I don't know Sarah, no.
Okay, fine, doesn't matter. Okay, so I'm going to give the briefest overview of the studio, and then I'm going to introduce the other 3 critics that are here. This is third year design. everyone is in their 6th semester. The theme, the pedagogical setup for that studio is called speculation or speculative studio. It's intended to have a theoretical component. The spring point that we've used for this semester is film, and not film so much as in not esoteric, but more from the point of view of what a production designer or a film designer would more actively do. It's a world that I also work in pretty much as in architecture. So I work in all aspects of art department, set design, concept art, illustration, art direction, storyboards, props, construction, and anything involved with that, and have for a number of years. So it's an area I'm very, very interested in, and have taken some of the theoretical work from a production design class that I had taught for a while as the basis for the exercises in the first half of the semester. Some circumstances occurred that required me to step away from this studio for the first half and teach a different studio. And we had the great good fortune of having Yvonne Boudreaux step in and teach the first half of the studio. Yvonne has an architecture training and background from Louisiana, and also an MFA from theater and dance and fine arts here at UT, and is a very, very accomplished and established art director in the film world here in Austin. She also teaches a very good production design class every now and then, periodically, in theater and dance. And my guys should take that class if they're interested in this as a life direction. So Yvonne taught those exercises for the first part of the class. After the break, then we did a more normative design exercise, and I'll talk about that just a little bit. So, well, I'll do it very shortly. It's the program for that is based on the Violet Crown Movie Theater in Austin. It's 4 35 to 50 seat theaters that, along with a restaurant and a bar. And so the students have been asked to add that to an existing structure, along with designing everything about what that sequence might be like, the collective dream experience of going into a black box and sharing a fantasy with other people, to what the socially charged interaction, coming and going, and having a food as a destination as part of what that experience might be. The big question for the day would be, how does the work at the beginning part of the semester, and it's great if the students can cycle through that, how does that inform the work that you did in solving this design addition proposal happen at the end? With that being said, we have like an all-star seriously engaged in practicing film design review committee. We have also, in addition to Yvonne, we have Bernardo Trujillo, who is the production designer on the last 4 or 5 seasons of Fear the Walking Dead. And I've had the great good fortune and pleasure to be a concept artist, illustrator, set designer for him on the last 3 seasons of that. So the best work I've ever done was working with Bernardo, and that's been a complete delight. We also have joining us Michael Bricker, who is a accomplished graduate of the art school with an MArch degree, during which time I think Michael decided to set his sights on working in film. And I think you either took my production design class, or you were my TA, or else you taught the class and I took it. I don't remember. I mean, you've known very much, you've had a very clear vision and a lot of intelligence about how to approach design in the film world, and we're recently honored with an Emmy for the 30-minute drama for Russian Doll. Is that correct? And I think you won an Art Directors Guild Award also. Am I correct?
Yeah, both.
That's fine. Good. Pleasure to have you here. It's so good to see you. You're in Australia.
Yeah, likewise.
Good. Sure. So, okay. So we have 5 projects and we have this much time. So unfortunately, and lots of very informed critics. So my task will be to kind of, crack the whip on people, or try and get you guys to condense as much as possible the comments that you're making. So let me very briefly introduce the site that you're working from. Does anyone not know the Seaholm Intake building here in Austin? I'll open it up very quickly and just show a couple of images of it, and then I expect that the students will be able to talk about it also. Share screen 2. Seaholm building is, wrong screen. This building in the foreground that you see right here. So this is one of the few industrial buildings we have in Austin. This is Austin like 2 years ago. It's amazing. This is the Seaholm Power Station, which is now all massively built up as a condoized mixed-use building. But this little building down in the front here was the intake building, and it has been vacant and is currently vacant and unused at the moment. So that building is the site that's given for the context for the studio to work in. A couple of years ago, Elizabeth and I and Mel Lawrence did a competition entry for this with a proposal, basically not to do much with it at all, to leave it very much alone. Students are going to have to figure out how to add things to this. So 4 movie theaters are the equivalent is the problem. So it's either something which is present, visible, and which exerts itself, or something which is invisible and buried underneath, or set apart in some way. That'll be the main thing they're working on. They will, I think, have to address what happens in the landscape. The hike and bike trail runs past this in not a particularly nice way. There's an underutilized piece of water development, and I would expect that they would be able to talk about that to some degree. These are the sketches that we did from that competition. This as a means to get some raw information quickly to people. So there's a little building as it is a couple of years ago. Okay, and I will leave it to individual students to talk, introduce more. What have I missed? Okay. Is it public? Is it private? How do you get into it? Where are things? And all the previous work you did. So Maya, I've asked you to kick off the afternoon session. Are you okay with that?
Yes, I am.
It's your show. Okay, very good.
Okay. Second.
And just before you start, does everyone know how to access the files off of the overall review format? So if you go to the review schedule and click on the blue box, it'll open up Box, and you can independently look at the work while the student's going through it. The 5 students for the afternoon are Hazarika, Friedstadt, Fabela Ramos, Chandler, and Corona. Okay, Maya, you're back on. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Maya. When we were approaching this project or this proposal for the project, I wanted to make it more than just a theater or movie theater. I wanted to include more forms of visual arts. So I wanted to include in the program a gallery space, an art gallery space, which I then inserted into the overall program. When, as John Blood said, the intake building has a very clear visual presence on the south side, on the river side, and more subdued presence on the north side. I very much wanted to preserve the boundary condition that this building has. I was part of the Seaholm district. So most of my interventions happen on the exterior of the 2 buildings or on the north side of the building. I took 2 smaller theaters and inserted them on the inside of the building, and 2 larger theaters on the exterior. When we first approached this project, John Blood asked us to have one logical way of approaching the project and one more evil twin-like way of approaching it. And my evil twin-like way was to suspend the smaller theaters off the roof of the interior of the building, of the larger building. And I ended up following through with that idea. I started to look up some precedents as to how I could manage that. And one of the inspirations for this project was the Les Fresno Art Center by Bernard Schumi. I very much liked the way that these catwalks forced interaction between people, as well as created a way to move around buildings and through a space and experience it from different levels. And I can show you a quick video of kind of how this intervention works. The 2 smaller theaters suspend themselves on the inside and 2 larger theaters on the exterior on stilts. then the circulation runs through in different catwalks and out to the exterior. And finally, I added a floating roof that covers the two larger theaters on the exterior of the building and floats over a little bit over the top of the original building, and is semi-enclosed by trellises and some structure, just to make sure that it's kind of an open space, but not really. Sorry, can't seem to click up here. I apologize.
Okay.
There was no video playing, if that's what you were describing.
There was no video playing?
No,
was no
we were only seeing the precedent page the whole time you're talking.
Oh, I apologize. Let me play that.
That's okay.
It's fine. It's the first technological glitch since we
It's
started.
normal.
That's
It's a normal thing.
before class, but yeah, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Also, we should Maya, we should explain what the setup projects were, and I can do that.
Sure.
Or you can do that. So very briefly, the students did some storyboarding, which is to start to think about how composition itself carries meaning. As a quick study, they took an extended tracking shot or a extended view, basically tracking shot, and they invented a diagram or document which captured the complexity of time and space that was in that item. They took a short story and looked at it through the lens of a production designer, which is to start to say, how does the narrative be the driver for decisions that for all of the things we work with as architects, with space, light, form, color, material, texture, etc. They then interpreted that in a section. Then they were allowed to create a section by repurposing and taking other drawings and putting them together and altering them in some way, the kind of Frankenstein section exercise. The payoff being that it allows them to work in section while liberating them from the burden of having to justify every decision that they're making in section. So they're actually like just indulgently working with light, form, space, etc. Then they had to build a model of that. And the model had to be reviewable at eye level, which forced that section model into the realm of sculpture and interaction with the space around it. And then they made a short film. So that was the first half of the semester. Then they're working on this somewhat normative project. Thank you. Okay. That's nice.
Should I try to show the video again?
Sure. You might want to click the little, when you share screen, click the little box that says optimize for video at the bottom.
Optimize for screen sharing for video clips.
Yep.
Okay. Give me 1 second. So sorry.
It's okay.
I apologize.
No, we had a full 45 minutes before class, just trying to figure out how to get.
I think I got it. There we go.
Good.
Okay. Good. Are you able to see the video playing now?
Good.
Yes.
Yes.
So it connects, all of the circulation connects up, and then the roof covers the two exterior spaces, or two exterior theaters. Okay, and you go back to these. Okay, so then the site plans, as you can see, basically what I ended up doing was clearing out the entire exterior of the two buildings and bridging over these two, the smaller building with the larger building. Entrance happens through here, and then you kind of work your way up and down through these catwalks and staircases to either go up and into the theaters that lie on the outside. This would be going up into these spaces, or entering these theaters, moving down into the large gallery space that makes up the entire basement level. Or you could also use the occupiable two roofs of the two exterior theaters. In section, This is the floating theaters on the interior and the exterior theaters that are on stilts. Because these were on stilts, they allowed enough height underneath them for the bike trail, as you can see in the site plans, to kind of come underneath the building and then go back out. Originally, the bike trail would have been up here near Cesar Chavez. And here is another visual of how the circulation kind of comes through. And I wanted to make the circulation the way that it is because I was inspired by our original filmic studies. A lot of those had to do with the movement through a space, through a section, and I wanted to create that experience within these sections where you move up and down through these spaces, are forced to, if you're able-bodied, to move through these different levels. Here I have a quick perspective of what the exterior would look like with the one exterior change to the building. I tried not to touch the original buildings as much as possible. And here you can see the section with the floating two theaters on the inside, as well as showing the space below this theater. There's enough space for a person to bike through / walk through underneath the buildings.
Can you go to the previous work, especially with the tracking shot on Children of Men?
Sure.
So is this what you meant when you said it was inspired by some of the earlier?
Yes, there was a lot of like in the scene, it was the movement through the scene was very important to how the scene was perceived and how in the story that it was telling. And I very much enjoyed how you had to move through all of these buildings and through these important key points in order to experience this scene. I was also inspired by kind of the movement through a section where you don't necessarily know where the person is moving through the section or how they get from one piece of the section to the other because it's not visible, but yet you know that it's still happening.
Yeah, I like those initial studies very much. I think they're very compelling, and it definitely speaks to this filmic vision of space in a really strong way. I'm wondering if you could do a similar kind of diagram, like the tracking shot diagram, basically, and apply it to your own building. Like, I guess one of the biggest questions I had just looking at the drawings is like, how do you frame an experience of that building in a very narrative way? Like, is there a particular procession through the space that you are trying to design for? I think we get a sense of that a bit when you describe the bike path moving through the pilotis, but I guess I was, maybe you could walk us through, like, if that was a consideration of yours, maybe just looking at the plans, or like, where do you enter? Where's the primary entrance, for example?
I can definitely do that. I think it's kind of more clear through this section. The entrance happens in this smaller building through this open space. And you move through this bridging connection into this larger plate right here, which you can also see in this section here. Yeah. So it's this large space right here. You either move up these stairs right here or down these stairs and kind of traverse these catwalks and move further downward in order to reach the gallery space that exists in the basement here. I also made it in a way so that you could move through the catwalks up here to enter the two theaters and also have an exit down into, again, the below catwalks from this theater here if you wished.
Yeah,
so,
I like that as like a spatial description of, like, it's almost like a circuitous kind of like roundabout way potentially to like experience these different spaces, which I think is nice, because that's a procession that you can frame. I mean, just looking at the section, it looks almost like what you see is what you get, but I guess based on what you described to me, you know, in terms of how you circulate, like it's actually changing your perspective of how you see that theater. First you see it from above, then you see it from below. You start to see things differently based on where you are in the procession. And so I find that really interesting because it does start to link back to like how you think about, I guess, the tracking shot and even that collage where it's basically a labyrinthian conception of space, and each space is kind of distinct. Here we have what appears to be like, you know, one space, one large space, but like what is the most architectural aspect of it is like the catwalks. Like the catwalks are the procession, that they are the architecture. They frame your experience through space. I guess it would be nice to see, like, maybe you could develop sort of like a diagram pulling back from the previous one you did of the tracking shot, maybe like a series of vignettes that show us like stops along the way on that procession. What are these particular views and experiences that are architectural and they're also kind of filmic? And also, I guess the rhythm of the existing building seems to imply that sense of like a procession and like vignettes, like changing, like the structural rhythm, like the consistency of that, but we read the difference against that datum. I guess that it's almost like potentially like a film reel type of reading of the building.
Okay.
I don't know. I'll let other people talk.
Thank you.
I agree with everything that Adam said. And speaking of the experience of the building, and we're talking about a building that's now dedicated to the viewing of films, what is the experience of light in this space? It looks like there are windows that have been opened up along the back wall there in this section. I'm not sure. But when you're talking about vignettes, it would be nice to see that quality of light that you're going to experience in the space, especially, you know, down in the basement gallery. And so like, how much is daylight, how much is artificial light? And how are you controlling the experience of light, which is, you know, so essential to film and everything else.
This section, I kind of show maybe how light would enter the basement level, because I do plan on taking out this wall and putting it maybe in channel glass. That would be the idea, to let light into this bottom area. But I could definitely explore that further. Thank you.
Can I jump in for a moment, Maya? I'm curious about the new and the existing, the way you've brought the two larger buildings together, not so much inside the existing, but the relationship between the new from the street and the existing. It looks like you have a scrim around it, some sort of screening, and then the theaters themselves are within that. I'm curious, what is your intention? Are those, the new and the old, are those brothers and sisters, a giraffe and elephant, reptile and mammal? What are you trying to achieve there architecturally?
Well, I definitely, what I was trying to do is keep most of my interventions again to the north side of the building. I didn't want to overwhelm the way that the original building is viewed from the south side. But I wanted to, in some way, enhance the almost industrial qualities of the building using that kind of steel floating roof and the trellises, as well as perhaps letting like those trellises or those poles that are there to allow like maybe growth of like vegetation to grow on it and breathe some life into this building, since it has been sitting there for so long and is a historic building that is very stark and very white and concrete.
Can you go back to the elevation? If you were standing on Cesar Chavez, what would we be looking at?
Sure, this would be more or less what you'd be looking at.
I'm going back to what Adam was asking about the entry. What is the entry sequence, and is it clear there to the left? It looks like is the entry. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, right here.
The space between the buildings goes down to the water, and you enter the building on the left, and then you can see, and then cross in a bridge to the other one, right? To the long
yes.
It's hard to tell, and I'm in and out audio, so I missed some of your presentation, but the screen, the way it makes contact with the existing, it feels a little forced. I would ask you to look at trying to give that some breathing room some way, so it feels like they're coming together. Like the two buildings, obviously those are existing buildings, but the way you brought them together with the glass, I think if the screens themselves were somehow disengaged in a way that made them two come together, then your new is going to feel more autonomous, and then in turn make the existing have more of its own integrity.
Understood. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And they're supposed to. John mentioned that there's a bar and restaurant in this building as well. Is that right? Yes. And where does that go in here? The plan was to have some of it, like a bar and bathrooms, housed in the smaller one when you enter, and then kind of enter the space, as well as possibly having a larger, more with more food available and like more options available on the gallery floor at the very bottom.
Do you have the view from the gallery floor out?
I do not.
What is that, all kind of glass down there? So you would be able to see the river?
Yes.
Okay.
I might show slightly in here, but not very much, that there is kind of glass that slides along this edge.
Oh, okay.
I have a couple of questions.
I think just
sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry. So my question, again, I had some audio problems. Maybe I missed it as you were explaining it. It's sort of like more fundamental questions of why. Why are the two theaters hanging in this building? Like, what brought you to that decision? I think it's definitely interesting. It's challenging architecturally, but I want to know, like, what brought you to that decision?
Well, I had worked through some of the more logical ways of placing these theater spaces in position with, or like it to interact with this original building. And I was trying to find a new kind of outlandish way to do it, and settled upon maybe having them hang off the ceiling. It was pretty much just trying to find the most strange way of interacting with this building. And
right.
That's
but why does it work, or why is it a good idea?
I think that with the way that I've introduced the circulation, you can experience those floating spaces from different levels, from below it, from the same level as it, and above it. And I think that creates an interesting space within the building, as well as like the kind of undulating bottoms, because of the way that the theaters are designed, viewed from the very base floor. It could be interesting floating above you in that space.
And so you mentioned something about that you had like two versions of the design, or two different approaches. One was the evil twin of a more normal one. I wonder what was the more normal one, and what
well, the more normal one was a version of those theaters sitting on the outside, or being buried underneath the earth next to the building, and kind of have the building let those move through the base of the level into those underground.
All right. So my final comment is, I think I like the fact that you were bold and that you did something very unique and strange. I think there's a little bit of, I have a trillion questions regarding the physicality of how this would be hanging, but I guess that is not relevant right now at this part of your exercise. However, I'm more interested in the experience itself, and I love how, any space that it's interested in the interaction and the interconnectivity of what's inside and what's outside. And you certainly have a very playful way to do that. You exit the theater and then you're outside, but you're still inside another building under this enveloping skins. I think are very interesting. I also think that it's a landmark of Austin, that it's a very interesting way of sort of like highlighting it without touching it so much. You just gutted it, but you prevailed it. So I think it's a very interesting exercise, and that's all I have to say. Good job.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would add to that a little bit. I I think, you know, one of the comments that have come up, I definitely agree with, is I think you've missed kind of a cinematic presentation of the building, you know, and I think that you would learn a lot maybe from kind of doing that, in terms of, because you're saying that what's really important is the experience of these catwalks and seeing the these kind of theater shapes from different angles, and then you don't show that, you know, so I think that is just a little bit missing. And then I would also like, I don't know, I would question a little bit having these shapes kind of inside what is probably a pretty amazing space, you know, that when you walk into this kind of 2 or 3 story open space, it's probably a beautiful space inside, and you're filling it, you know, and so you have to fill it with something that is magical, you know. And so I think that I would actually kind of challenge you to think about the shape of the theaters. You know, they look like they're a theater, you know, but you could have made them any shape, you know, and not know what they are from the outside necessarily, you know, so that when you're seeing it, it's this unknown orb, object, anything, you know, that you kind of feel excited about seeing what's inside, you know. But what you've done is you've taken these objects, and people know what they're going to look like inside from the outside. And I think you missed a little bit of a chance to have a little mystery or a little charge there. Yeah.
So I agree with those comments. I'm going to start some wrap-up comments so we can move to the next one. I think they all make a lot of sense. I do think the premise that you have has some latent potential that you could expand on. I think taking the black box or the chamber for the collective dream experience and isolating that as something that could be seen as separate and apart from the building, I think is very interesting. I think it does make the movement of the person on their way to that and through the building heightened and more enhanced and more theatrical, and that might actually inform the geometry or vectors or paths or what the nature of that path looks like. I recommend reading some of Bernard Toomey's early writings, Manhattan Transcripts and earlier, where he talks about that very, very same idea. And then they're just a little bit perfunctory right now in terms of what the shape is. I think we looked very briefly at Frank Gehry's DB Bank in Berlin, which is this pretty normative building with this bizarre horse head weird thing floating in the middle, as something you might go back and look at, because, you know, any kind of like magical orb that floats in the space and which can accommodate this collective dream experience would be a way to take this into the next level, I think, of enriching and development.
I would even say like the Cinerama Dome in LA, you know, like when you go to the ArcLight Theater, there's all the other theaters, and then there's the Cinerama Dome. And like whenever you are not seeing a movie in the Cinerama Dome, you wish you were in that one, you know. So I question the like 2 and 2. I want it to be 1 and 3, where you have 3 outside and you have 1 inside, and the one inside is like so special. And when you show up as a visitor, you hope that your movie is in that one, you know, and every time you don't, you know, you want to come back because you hope it's in the cool one, you know. So I think that the previous work that you did is really, really good and really interesting. And I understand how you got here from that previous work. And I think that's exciting. I just think that it needs to breathe a little bit and kind of retain a little bit more of that magic that's in the previous work that you presented.
I think, Maya, if you look back at your precedents, and I feel like your drawings are lacking that experience. And when you start to do those kinds of drawings and giving us more, all of your drawings are from so far away, plans and the section, everything's so far removed. And so when you start giving us these kinds of drawings closer up and giving us the moments of experience, I think the design might start to fall into place, kind of following what Michael's saying, because I think this has more space to then have this object in the middle floating, or this jewel happening. So I think the experience drawings include like your circulation and having showing. I mean, I see it in that one section, but it's just so far away. I want to get closer. And so when you start doing that, I think you might be able to, the revisions might come from there as well.
Okay, thank you.
Great, very good. All right, any other closing comments? Otherwise, we will go to Gabe. Gabe, are you good?
Let me jump in. Maya,
Okay.
Take a look at the Hayden Planetarium in New York. I think you might find some similarities. A sphere within a cube. If you don't know it, you'll understand what I'm talking about.
And I was also going to suggest John Johansson's Mummers Theater in Oklahoma City, which they tore down a few years ago, in terms of separation of services and linked by crazy circulation.
Repeat that name again, please.
The John Johansson's Mummers Theater in Oklahoma City. They just tore it down a few years ago. There's a big preservation battle about it. But everything was, each component of this theater were broken into separate boxes, brightly colored boxes that set in a landscape, and they were connected by catwalks.
Nice.
Thank you so much.
Very good. Okay, Gabe, concise presentation. Try and keep it to around 5 minutes or so, okay? Just everybody. Great stuff. Good. Okay, good.
Just realized I was muted even though I was talking. Okay. Hi, I am Gabe or Gabriel, either one works. I'll just dive right in. So this was the tracking shot assignment we did. I used atonement, and it basically was a steady shot cam scene where the actor leaves and comes back into the scene, and it's sort of this panoramic shot where the viewers are supposed to take away a very emotional scene of death and loneliness and sadness that these soldiers are experiencing at Dunkirk. And then we went into the section studies of the hospital story, and I decided to work on a cantilever and arch study that developed into this model of sort of like cantilevering members and sort of tensile raw cables. That turned into my physical model, which I'll show some pictures of. And this was the section I took away from that. So essentially what my design explores the notion of an urban park through the form of a building, or vice versa, like a building in the form of a park, which I think is very appropriate for the site, which has the sort of strong edge condition on Lady Bird Lake. And although the program is for movie watching, I think the presence of that along the river and emphasizing this as this building that has a sort of necessary civic duty, and sort of emphasizing that and enriching that through the project is what I was going for. So these are, I guess, my 3 categories of how I worked through my project. So we looked at some Ando's work, specifically at the Perfectional Museum of Art and Kobe Waterfront Plaza. He has this sort of moment where he plays with narrow in between spaces and light that I really enjoyed, and circulation wrap around a concrete wall. Fly through. Can y'all see this? Are y'all seeing a fly through?
So far.
Essentially, the theaters are tucked in underground beneath the theater, and you're exposed to this sort of cavernous, curving, winding wall. And that's exposed to, I open up the face of the building along the creek, creating a sort of beautiful light moment on the interior. And then a nice moment when you're looking at the building across the street. I didn't work on a nighttime render, but at night it would look very beautiful lighting from within. And this is that central narrow corridor in between space that already exists. That's I'm sort of emphasizing that through this cut through the site that brings people directly down from downtown. And you can see the extension of the trail there. And then on the front yard, which is this large space in between Cesar Chavez and the building, we kind of talked about how it was a nice space for like a beer garden or a space for people to socialize and not necessarily have to be in if they're, or they can be in if they're not necessarily watching a movie. And then I have renders for some of those views, but I need to get onto cinema or like a movie making software. So this is my side plan. There's a reintegrated hike and bike trail along the river, beer garden in between Cesar Chavez and the existing building. So you basically enter through the smaller building of the two, and that serves as the box office. I'm sorry about that. And then you continue into this. This becomes a service area for the kitchen and cafe and circulation. This is the ground floor. So people can walk up from the beer garden on up to the building itself and order a drink if they'd like, and then sit back down.
Gabe, we're seeing the overlay on the PDF instruction for Internet Explorer. So unsave your screen. No, wait, sorry, that's mine. Excuse me. I'm trying to download your file, but it's, I thought it was your screen. Never mind.
Oh, okay. We're good though. You guys see a floor plan?
That's just me.
Okay. Yeah, so you can walk up either to the window of the building, get a drink, or if you're using the building itself, you walk through here, purchase your ticket, and then go down into the theaters below. So it's very much an experience of not necessarily having to go to the movie, but it's more about this building, about socializing and bringing people together and actively engaging with them. This is my theater level. If you're not engaging with theater at all, you basically just come down this ramp and use the creek and recreational activities, but essentially there's only one way to get in and out from the river level, so you would have to, I guess if you're not buying a ticket here and you bought it on your phone, you could come on a walk and then go through here, show your ticket, and then be on your way to your movie. Or if you're coming on your kayak, you can come drop off your kayak, wash it off, wash yourself off a little bit, and then head into your movie. This is my rooftop plan. Pretty basic. There's an open multi-purpose space on top for relaxing, studying, reading. And then that has like a small grass space right next to it. And then over here, there's shades that shade the interior part of the building. This is my, I can get in one, well, having good line work, but you can see here you walk through and I can either go down or the rooftop. And then this is the connecting space for the big ramp that cuts through the site. Kitchen, walk-in fridge. And by the crown, there's a sort of moment where you can see into the walk-in fridge and see like the beer kegs or whatever. I sort of thought that was a neat thing, especially Texas is big beer drinking state. So I thought having the bridge along the wall could be interesting. You could see and see like the beer kegs or barrels in there.
1 minute.
My cross section, seeing that sort of curving wall, and then theaters themselves. The new hike and bike trail integrated right there. This is a view from the interior of the theater. The beer garden here. Rooftop.
So you have the theaters buried underground in front of the building, is that correct? Gabe?
Yes.
You have the theaters underground, tucked underground in front of the building, is that correct?
Correct.
Are they manifest or legible or visible from that side of the building?
No. From the Cesar Chavez side of the building.
Right, correct.
No. What you see is,
well, there's an elevator.
So it's covered from there beneath the beer garden.
Okay.
Gabe, when you go down those stairs and you're out on the deck, where do you buy your ticket? When you come down those steps, do you turn left into the building or do you go around it on the deck? I was having trouble reading.
So these wrap around and come down. This is purely a theater and bathroom space. You already have your ticket if you're in here, on the river level, and you would purchase your ticket in the building A. It's called the smaller of the two existing buildings.
So the monumental stairs, or the large stairs between the two buildings, that doesn't take you directly down to the.
It can. That's what this glass wall here is showing, but you would already have to have.
Yeah.
Like that's either like some sort of emergency exit, or if you already have your ticket, you can like walk directly to the ramp. But that was also mainly a decision made so that people can occupy the site without having to watch a movie, and they can come directly. There's not really on the north side of the river. It's almost rare that you have a direct contact with water. There's buffer zones between the trail and the river. So I wanted to create a sort of direct connection where you can almost see how you get to the river from like the Trader Joe's part of West Avenue. You can almost see like in the distance a big cut through the site, so you can go down, because right now there's not a sort of obvious way to get to the river from the West Avenue and Cesar Chavez intersection.
Right, and I guess that's the point I'm trying to make. I really like the way you're engaging the water. You're pushing out into it a bit. It seems like there should be more there. I was hoping that perhaps you entered the theater through that, and the surprise moment of coming out and back out into the water, and then going into your building for the movies. That experience seems like there's a lot of potential there.
Gabe, I feel like there's a lot of different languages and lots of different ideas here. I'm just not so sure if they're working together, or if they're not working together, if they're pushing against each other or like contesting one another. And maybe you can help me read your proposal a little bit. So, if you stay here, I think you described there was some kind of fabric here. Is that right? This is like a fabric wrapping around a box.
What are you looking at?
Yeah.
I'm looking at your river level plan of the cinema.
Okay. Are you drawing on my screen? Is that
no? I'm just
okay.
using my words.
This thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just looking at the screen that you're sharing.
Okay.
So
fabric shaped, however, it looks like board formed concrete.
Right.
What's the idea
It's supposed to
there?
be this sort of cavernous wall that you kind of have to explore through to reach to the theaters themselves.
Okay, so it's fabric-like, but it's actually concrete.
Right.
Okay, so basically you're filling in this concrete box with more concrete, but it has a different formal language. Now it's organic.
Why? Tell us
I mean,
more about that. I actually think it's very interesting and kind of perverse, like in not a bad way, but I want to know more about why that's so different than the rest of the building and everything else you're proposing.
I sort of saw that as an opportunity to both. I saw, so when I did a site visit and I was walking on the other side of the river, you see the sort of monumental form, but it's not something that necessarily comes off as approachable. So opening up that entire lower half of the building and having some sort of, I'd like to think of it as like an exception compared to the rest of the building that's so like rectilinear, is a sort of sign that says, hey, come explore me, come watch a movie. And at the same time, I think formally, when you're experiencing itself, you just tend to have this sort of like flat, long wall that a lot of people tend to struggle with. And so I thought rather than, originally I had the theaters tucked in under, rotated the other way. That created even like more of an issue. So I thought of having these sort of entrances lined up with the existing structural dimensions to create the sort of cavernous feel within the sort of already existing box. It's like a playhouse within an existing shell.
Yeah, I think that the impulse to kind of react to the material condition of the existing building, which is concrete, but to work against it in a sort of a, I guess, a whimsical way is like I think that's a totally great way to get started. I guess what I feel like is, you could have pushed that more and maybe just kind of made that the focus of what you were doing here. Like, what are the ways to misuse concrete, or what are the ways to kind of like defamiliarize ourselves with the appearance of concrete, make something that appears very hard to be very soft. Like now it takes on the appearance of like fabric. I think that's like an interesting inversion of like our understanding materiality, which is like, I guess, extraordinary potentially. I like that idea as an idea, and I like that you started to develop it here. I wish that I wish that that was like the driving force behind most of your decisions, or I feel like you have several ideas that are kind of in different places of the building that don't actually converse with one another. They're kind of just like separate. Like here on this level, we have concrete that's like fabric. Then on the roof, there's just a typical roof garden. That, and these things are like they're like separate projects almost. I wish that there was something that either like, I wish that they would affect one another. Like it's okay that they have different characteristics or maybe different motives as designs, but it would be nice if they started to actually invade one another's space and like started to actually contest what's happening, so that there could be some overlap between these different characteristics or styles or ideas, I guess. And then generally just looking at, this plan that we're still looking at, the theater spaces, like, because they have a different material language, it would make me think, or like the language has a different formal characteristic, it would make me think that they would take on more of an object-like position in the plan in relation to the existing building. So like we would read that sort of like, we would read it almost like a figure placed into this space. And then if it did that as a figure, it could actually start to push against the walls that are existing. Right now, it just kind of very gently just kind of fits. It doesn't like, it's not like a it doesn't compromise the existing building, and the existing building doesn't compromise it really. I guess there's like not an I'm looking for like, I wish there's like an in-between space almost.
Yeah.
I think that's a really
I guess I was just going for like a.
No, I mean, you're doing something very sophisticated here. So, and I've never been able to, there you go. So this is like my favorite moment in the design, especially the way it connects out to what's outside and how it connects to the water. So I think it's a really, really interesting thing, but it's flummoxed me because I'm not exactly sure how to do something that's so disconnected from everything else. So I think Adam's raising a really rich point. You might want to listen in on his review, by the way, because it sounds in some ways not dissimilar to, I think, the way you're positioning some of the issues in the studio that you're teaching, Adam. I don't know if that's right or not, but it's like how to reappropriate aesthetics and displace them next to each other in a way that they really inform each other. So I think you're doing that intuitively, Gabe, but I think there's an opportunity to dig deeper into how to make that richer and more meaningful.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Gabe,
When's
Gabe,
that review?
So Gabe, these between the structural sections and the concrete wall, is that all glass looking onto the river? Yeah. And so you would come out of the black box of the theater straight to this space that's facing south, potentially at a matinee, right, and receiving the full weight of the sun.
Right.
Really harsh transition. Have you thought at all about controlling that light?
Yeah, I thought about it at first, about sort of experiencing you, like the standard, I don't know, like Cinemark, you walk out from the theater into the parking lot and it's like, bam, right in your face. You know, other than treated glass, I sort of prioritize this grand experience just because I thought of the building as having more of a duty towards like its civic purpose rather than over the movie theater purpose. But I do see where like that could bring on some issues. So I can see how like the transgression from, or the process from.
I mean, if you're gonna
figure out, yeah, Michael.
If you're gonna like dig up that much earth to put the theaters in anyway, you might as well, you could just make that hallway longer, you know, so that you, when you enter this, you know, indiscernible space, you actually walk a little farther, and the buried theaters are far enough away that it helps that transition from darkness to light can be a hallway. It doesn't have to be another kind of space that you occupy, you know. I think these in some ways remind me a little bit of the Broad in LA, where you go up this escalator in this like weird little tunnel to get from one space to the next, and it's this real kind of clear transition that you're going from one world into another world, you know. So yeah, and then I agree with the kind of the previous comments that I think that really, I think if you just rip the top off of the building, the whole project seems to make a lot more sense, because it's like you panicked and wanted to make sure that the previous study model you did appeared in this. And so you made sure that the lattice in the top kind of showed up here. But really what you're doing, your thesis is that the theater space should not register on the outside of the building, and that you should preserve the facade of the building and the shape of the original building as much as possible. And then inside you find this like special porthole that goes into the theater, you know? And so I think that snaps together for me. That makes sense, that the building reads original pretty much from the outside. You've added a great way for the public to go down there and walk around it. And then if you happen to have a ticket or have a pass to the movie, you get this next level of experience. You know, that's enough. You know, I think having a pavilion on the top where you can have beer it's a distraction that's not helping.
Right.
Yeah.
I completely agree with that, Michael.
Yeah. Michael raises a point that reminds me of something we did not talk about that I probably should have raised, which movie theaters want a light lock as a transition between inside and outside. Like you don't want a door so someone can go to the bathroom without like flooding the light. So there actually is a preferred transition that happens, and it might fit into your proposal as part of what happens between the inside and this exterior shell. You actually walk through the shell before you go to the outside as part of that transition to create the light lock issue. Cool.
I like to comment on something quickly. I think I agree with all the comments. I think you achieved something extremely sculptural and beautiful on the entrances of the theaters that is missing elsewhere on your design. And but that you should not be discouraged by that. I think you should just try to understand your own concept, and your own concept is powerful, it's strong, and it's beautiful. I think there's some Le Corbusier in that curved concrete that is strong, powerful, and just sculptural and interesting. It also seems like so organic that it's almost pornographic in an architectural way. I think it's stunning, and I agree that the rest of it it's a bit boring, and I think that you could have, if you do want to keep the beer garden concept, there are other ways to sort of like mimic what's going on underneath here, or even to contrast it completely, but in an interesting way, as opposed to doing something that you see in every other building everywhere. So there's some cool concepts here. I like the fact that everything is hidden, that you dug into the earth to tuck everything away from it. I think those are really strong, interesting concepts. But the rest, I didn't find it as exciting. So, I mean, take as much as you want from those comments. I think we all agree that you're onto something, but you're also, there's a couple of missed opportunities on the rest of it.
Right. Thank you.
Okay.
If I can just one more thing real quick. I totally agree with that, Bernardo. The formal language of this entrance to the theaters, it's like almost like MC Escher. It's very creepy and dark, right? But then you have this sort of lollipop beer garden Austin tacked all over the rest of the building, like Michael said, with the roof deck. Even I would question having the hike and bike trail go along this exposure. It's like you walk out of like, your very intense David Lynch film, and then you see like someone in that athleisure, like by. It kind of upsets that dream experience that you were just having.
Right, severed ear. I know, yeah. Okay. Gabe, thank you very much. You good?
Good. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks, Alvaro. You're up next.
Okay. So starting off with the stuff for early semester, this is the sort of director's plan of the long shot of the scene. So this is Saving Private Ryan. So one of the challenges here was it actually works on different levels, and so understanding how movement flows from not just on one level, but actually moving up to like a second story, and how you can work through that space. And then for this other sort of project that we were doing was a section model or drawing of a space and how light sort of affects a room, and how when you go in, you can experience these like special little areas and pockets. And so yeah, this would be an image of that. And then leading into the actual project itself, one of the major focuses here is how like such a strong edge condition. And I wanted to work with that, and rather than just leave it unattended, actually pull that and pull the city out into the water more. And so working with the existing hike and bike trail and doing that alongside my intervention and how that works. So you can actually see this trail and this would be the ground plan that actually runs on the same level as Cesar Chavez. And so the entry is just a large open space, sort of a gathering pavilion area that leads into an art gallery space in the smaller building. And so you can have exhibitions, showings, things of that sort. And there's also an opening that allows you to see down into the lower level of the existing building. And so here in the lower level is where you get the lounge areas, you get the restaurant and the bar. And so this is where it doesn't necessarily have to be tied to the theaters. You don't have to be a moviegoer to experience this. It's like sort of also like an extra amenity or for the city as well. And then obviously you have the theaters on the other side. And so trying to figure out a way to establish a connection and having to deal with people going through the bike path. So elevating this middle section to where this would be like the high traffic zone to avoid like any unnecessary, I guess, meetings from people just trying to get to their theaters and then people just enjoying a walk on the trail, I suppose. And so here in section, you can see how the elevated path works over the waterfront and how like the level changes are affected there. And here's sort of a long section looking into the existing Seahome building. And so I wanted to preserve the exterior as much as possible. I did open up the lower level to allow this to allow glazing into the southern side.
By lower level, you mean the sub-basement equipment level?
No, it'd be the level that's like underneath the ground plane, I suppose. So it's here. I do have a render to show just to clear that up a bit.
Okay.
And so this is the a larger view of how the project would work. And then here's a view of the interior on the level above. It's getting a view of how like the space opens up and how you can view down into, and here's peering out over it towards the waterfront. And so you get a view of the theaters as well. And so this is where you can see the opening and the glazing actually for the existing Seahome building. And then finally, here's a render of the approach towards these theaters and how you would experience the travel to the theaters. And I do have a short GIF that kind of shows if it plays kind of occupation of like the hike and bike trail throughout times a day, just how that would be affected. And so that would be project.
Okay. Go back to that nighttime view over the water, please. That's an interesting view. I'm sorry, go back to the interior, that interior of the lower space. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You can kind of see it there next. So to the right, I'm getting a gray bar covering stuff up. Over to the right there, yeah.
Yeah.
What's that stuff on the floor?
Down by the right side?
Yeah, right there.
So this is just like a little sunken in plane where people can just kind of sit down and relax underneath the stairs. So just a little gather area.
No, I mean, what's there?
Oh, what's there? It's a
Yeah.
it's a couch. It's like sofa kind of thing.
No. What's underneath this level?
Underneath, like, okay, underneath this level?
Yes.
That's just the structure of the existing building. So the level above is where Cesar Chavez meets the building, and then this is the level where the water meets the building.
There are concrete pits under there that used to have machinery in it, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Alvaro, have you ever heard of Aldo Rossi's proposal of the Teatro del Mondo?
I have not.
This is bringing up some vibes for me, just because you decided to put your
floating thing.
Yeah, it's a theater. So it was a proposal that was built for Venice Biennale in the late 70s. Essentially, it was a theater, a performing arts theater that was built onto a barge. And the barge would go around and dock at different areas based on like when the shows were needed, the performances. I guess I find it compelling, and I'm just very curious about why you decided to site your theaters like in the river, essentially like implying some kind of boat-like marine language here. Like it's like you're citing them almost like they're boats docked on a marina. And I find that like as an interesting idea. What was your thinking around that?
Right. So I figured the waterfront is like a huge part of the city, and so being able to access that, I think would be a great use for the people, and just being able to create another experience rather than just having to go downstairs underground into a building. So rather have these people be able to come outside and experience the waterfront for themselves, and then be able to go and watch a film.
Are the language, the exterior language of the theater is brick?
Yeah, that's one of the issues I did have, was trying to find materiality. And so I looked a bit at how the city of Copenhagen deals with like their waterfront buildings. They do brick. I looked at wood. I wasn't able to find what I believe to be the correct material. And that's something that I think I could explore a bit more in terms of finding what works best.
I just have to say that in Zoom, in the world of Zoom and everyone working on Rhino, that the discussion about materiality and how it fits into your workflow has been particularly challenging.
Yeah.
I mean, thank you for showing us material, Alvaro, because it's really easy to just skip that step altogether and not deal with it. Yeah. Although I think you answered very intelligently. Like, you have a material there, you looked at Copenhagen as a precedent, and you're not sure if that's exactly right. I think that's a very astute assessment. It's good.
I have a very practical question that came up to me right now, because I have to go to the bathroom. But when you come out of these theaters, how far is it to get to the bathroom and then back? You know.
All right, that's I believe to be somewhere around 45 feet from the closest theater. 30, 40 feet. I don't have the exact number off the top of my head.
But do you show that in the plan?
Yes, that would be. Russians would be here.
Gotcha.
Yeah, which makes for a very perverse, and that isn't necessarily negative, a perverse transition that happens across and underneath the public way and back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is like one of the first kind of things that comes up, like being able to do that.
Maybe that's okay.
Also perverse is that you come out potentially in a thunderstorm, and hot, get drenched, go back in the air conditioning, catch a cold. Suddenly everyone has COVID-19.
Yeah, if we ever go out again.
Yeah, exactly.
You ever go to a movie again?
Alvaro, what did you learn from your the model you made?
From the model, one of the first things I did was like, it worked primarily as like a light exploration, and seeing how from different angles or openings light would affect something. And so I tried to pull that in. I didn't use it necessarily as much as I'd hoped to, but I mean, it is somewhat like prevalent in how like I separated the theaters themselves a bit just to create this like light rays that create like little, like a relief in the massing, as well as just providing a nice, like, I think, ray of light that comes through. But I would have liked to incorporate the lighting a bit more in the sense of how it relates to the previous studies.
Could you pull up maybe that study model that was like cardboard and it looked kind of like a bunch of interlocking shapes? What did you get out of this one?
Yeah, so this one, I primarily based on the readings, was how the light would come through, and as one descends down, your perspective changes. So the way the light enters changes. So that was like the major focus. So when you get into like one of the larger spaces, how it opens up a bit and the way you see is different from the previous space.
I think that's one thing to learn from this. I mean, in addition, I think it's also basically a diagram. It's potentially a diagram of how to organize spaces in less normative ways. I guess one of the, it's just like circuitous sort of like, there's like places you arrive at, and then there's a procession, and then there's a place you arrive at, and there's a procession. And of course that all changes, based on the apertures to the outside as well. But like, there's also a variety of different sizes of spaces and a variety of different shapes of spaces. And I find this a very compelling thing that you made. It's already a building, potentially. I mean, this is already a building. Like, you don't need to actually do anything to this. This could be a plan, or this could be a section of the building. It could be either one. And I just, I'm wondering, like, I think you arrived at like an interesting kind of building proposal, but I wish you would have found some of like, I guess, some of the discoveries about procession and like scaling of different spaces and like how they lead to one another, and like also brought that forward here.
Okay.
I feel like you are almost doing that with the bike path on the outside, where the bike path is like being put in a place you wouldn't expect it. You're putting it onto the waterfront, and like the procession is outside. But I wonder if there could have been more of a hierarchy of kinds of different spaces. Like, everything is it's like you're either inside the theater or you're outside the theater. There's not like a lot of in between, and there's not like a lot of control about, and I think this is going back to Aaron's comment about, you just go outside and now, it's raining and now maybe you're sick. And also about just how theater design works in terms of like adjusting your eyes to being in a dark place. I think you could start to think about like, all right, I have two places. I have theaters and I have this other building. And I start to design in a very particular way a series of like in between things that kind of help me circulate to get to that next place. And that's a big part. That's like the biggest part of it. And and instead of it being about it can incorporate the bike path as like a way to enter the building. Maybe you only enter through the bike path on foot. And you can either go into the building or the other one, but there's like maybe there's some kind of like mediating pavilion type semi-closed in structure, semi-enclosure, maybe not entirely inside, but more of like a mediated space, a space that like starts to filter light or something. I mean, sorry to go off the rails, but it's just like, I really liked this model and I just wanted to bring your attention to it.
Well, does this model have that mediated condition that you're talking about, Adam?
I think it could if you take your learning about light and bring that also into like those, I guess I'm reading, like, if you look at this model, like there's certain parts of it that are, I guess, darker or brighter than other parts. So like, you could just look at that and say like, oh, which ones are darkest and which ones are lightest? And like, can you start to learn about like, oh, this big of an aperture for this size space makes it, darker or lighter. How could you start to organize a series of spaces in between the binary, totally inside dark theater and the outside potentially?
Okay, other comments?
Yeah. So I was going to comment about the brick, but you gave an excellent answer. I agree with John Blood. I was going to question about, how practical brick is right by the water.
Right. Yeah.
I don't think it's that practical. It is beautiful. It reminded me of Bogota in Colombia more than Copenhagen.
Okay.
Everything is brick and it's beautiful and sculptural, but very hard to keep in good state. You need to have some sort of overhang at all times. Not as very, very hard. And if you have it like that completely exposed, I would definitely consider that. Although it is one of the few projects that I've seen where you actually address material, and that is refreshing from all the other presentations. I think you care a lot about presentation. You care a lot about light. That is also something that has been a little bit absent in other presentations. I see some care about how the sun acts on these buildings and what does the sun do to the inside and to these courtyards that are created in between and this in-between space. But I think there's a lot of interesting things that are going on in your project. I think it's an interesting concept. I would question a lot the fact that you put the theaters in the water, but that is the project itself. So you could be stubborn with an idea like that and still be successful. I think you would need to enhance that a little bit more, and maybe you can get to it by choosing the right material, and then again, maybe the fluidity between the spaces is a little bit forceful. But I also like architects that force you into things, only when they do it in a smart way and in a compelling way. So you're definitely into some interesting concepts. I think you just need to polish it a little bit more. It's interesting. There's some really interesting things in your designs. So good job. And I also loved your model quite a lot.
I want to add to what Bernardo said about the theaters themselves being in the water. I assume that they're sinking into the water, and therefore that parts of those buildings have to be watertight. And I assume that would increase the cost. So if you're going to do something like that, you really want to justify it and you want to make it part of the experience. And if you're going into a black box theater, obviously you're not looking out and to see the fishes or,
right, of course,
tires or whatever that's down there. So I think it would be a tough one to get past the city council.
Well, this is a speculative studio, so theoretically they could do that, and maybe there's a screen where you look at the fishes until the screen comes down. So now would be the time to do it. For the rest of your life, you can start to ask harder questions about practicality and such as that. But I think it's important to have a sort of unencumbered imagination about how one could approach a project like this at this point. Good. Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Alvaro. And Coleman texted me his connection comes in and out, so we may or may not see any more Coleman Coker. I don't know if you're there. If he can comment, great. Otherwise, maybe we'll see him or not. We have, I think, 2 left, which would be.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good looking stuff. And I don't know who that is. And Alfredo, are you on the screen somewhere? There you are. Good. How you doing?
Good.
Good.
I'll go ahead and share my screen.
Good. Thanks.
There's 2 more, or after Alfredo, there's 1 more presentation.
There's 2 more.
Okay.
Yeah, this one and 1 more.
Hey, John.
So this is the director's plan that I did. I focused on the sound and the camera angle as it was moving through the spaces following the actors. They were coming into the house, back out, and just how the sound fluctuated throughout the scene. And then I have my section drawings that helped us explore
Whoa, nice.
spaces beneath. I don't have images of my model, but
you will by next week, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and start with this. When I was looking at the site, some of the things that I took away, of course, it's in a really loud area in the city. It's busy. There's lots of movement and there's lots of traffic both on the creek and the street side. And I wanted to have 3 immediate connections. I wanted to integrate the trail, the sidewalk on Cesar Chavez, and then parking. And so when I was first thinking about my design, I knew I wanted to convey movement somehow. And I wanted to have some transparency so that I could invite users and have them like question the function of the building and create a sense of ambiguity. And so I started with a series of these interconnected volumes that intersected at random points, almost like crafting this like procession and forcing people, like the users, forcing them to take this one path and giving them certain views throughout that path. And then for presidents, I looked at the Apple Store at 5th Avenue, the renovation by Foster and Partners, and how that space is like concealed beneath, and like the only thing you see on the street level is the glass box. And then I don't know how to pronounce it, Bowdoin College Museum of Art. Professor, you showed me this one, but it shows like this wonderful way to like come into this space underground, and it's like super elegant. And then I also looked at the National Holocaust Museum, and just like how they've framed views on this like one central path. And then here's my site plan. You can kind of see it here, but you'll be able to see it better in renders. What guided the way I situated the prisms that let you see, that give you views out to the city. So I said the Austin Power Plant is like the biggest thing that is connected into the Seaholm water intake building. And then the railway bridge, as well as a creek and the urban landscape, were some of the biggest points that I wanted to drive. And I wanted to provide views out to those, towards those spaces. And you can kind of, I'm showing that in plan as well, but this is where you would come in. It's almost like a glass pavilion that's connected from the sidewalk, come in down to 2 theaters that are dug into the ground. But I focus more on this one almost like circular path throughout the space. I wanted the first level on the actual Seaholm building to be fully open and give it back to the city. So I wanted the trail to run directly through that. So I emptied it out and I made that full on part of the hike and bike trail. And then you can kind of see it in my section. So this level down here in the original building is fully open for the trail. And then these are the prisms that kind of guide you through from the underground theaters to the theaters above ground. And then in these renders, I kind of wanted to show that like in this first volumetric space, that's what gives you a view of the power plant downtown. This other one gives you a view to the railway bridge. And then this one that connects directly to the original building, which I dedicated this space full on for exhibition space or a gallery, but giving views out to the city. I think that's all I got.
Do you have an overview? Like something which shows the whole project, or do you have your fly through?
I have my fly through. Give me 1 second.
Close the screen and be sure and reopen it with the check the box for optimize for video.
Okay.
Okay.
There's like 3 main like these prisms that give views out, and I wanted to focus on those. And this is coming into the original building and showing a different time of day.
Are we going to see the roofs of those things, or should that all be covered in lawn and grass?
I thought initially I wanted to cover that in grass, but I felt like it was nice to almost have protruding concrete slabs, just so where you could, you know that something's there, but you don't know quite, like you don't know what it is.
Are you sure? Okay. Sorry.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Okay.
I think there's something about the project that's quite indiscernible. I think I'm not. Part of me feels like it has some magic to it, which I like. The renderings are really unusual and interesting, but they're there's the glazing doesn't follow the rules of glazing, so like there's floors, walls, and ceilings that are just kind of magic.
Right.
And so I on the one hand, I'm like, I find that, yeah, great, this is a speculative studio, let's do that. On the other hand, it's like it may be just too far kind of outside the world of how this would actually work, because I think the truth is the building would be way more present than you've rendered
Yes.
it. One way around that, actually, instead of glass, would be mirrors, because the rendering actually reads as if everything's covered in a mirror. And so then you're reflecting the landscape, you're reflecting the other building, that there's that part of the indiscernibility is intentional through that kind of reflection, which is, I think, how the building or the renderings actually read to me, at least, versus it being about views from glass, if that makes any sense. And either way, my question then to you is, how is that experience of either glazing or views or mirrors, why is that important when you're going to the theater?
I was removed from like the program itself and was mostly thinking about how I could tie this building back to the city and almost like highlight its connection just like to the local context. But yeah, I think the way I thought about it was like designing that calculated procession through the building through the use of those views, and the connection to the surrounding context.
Which is a little bit more of a circulation type or typology for art museum or for some building that's like that. There's some very,
the view is,
yeah. Michael?
Sorry, the view is the path, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's this path that goes around.
Okay. Can you go back to your idea model? Right there, yeah. So I think that's, yeah, I actually really, I like it at this stage, and I think that there's some interesting potential about how this thing could be embedded into the landscape, and there's just these prismatic events that happen that reveal themselves as this circuit that you move through the building. I think that's very interesting. Now, you're in a very, that being said, you've done a good amount of work to get this thing to start to happen. This is a really important juncture, Alfredo, where what we all do in design is have an intention, and then we draw it and we build models and do computer models, and we're really testing the idea to see what shows up. Does it reinforce our intention, or does it not reinforce that? So your computer model in the fly-through is at a really interesting moment right now where the things that are a little bit glitchy are actually remarkably interesting, like the glazing, which is like sort of there but not there, and the tiers in the ground, which are almost like layers of ivy that mark how you move down into the ground. Those are really interesting, but they might be an accident. So what you need next is something which informs what you might do, but then you're going to have to figure out, as the building gets more present, how do you get the building to be more present and reinforce this intention about where you want to go with it? That make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think you have to really test what your buildings will make the old building feel like, you know, because the way it's rendered again is that the new interventions are almost not present, but when you look in the section and you look in the plan, they're huge. You know, they're as big as or bigger than the C home, the intake plan. You know, so the way it's rendered is misleading because you have the intake plant filled in as solid and everything else is, you know, mirrored or glass, and it makes it seem like the C home building is still the special one, but in reality that's not the relationship those buildings would have with each other. So I think you also have to think about what those would feel like next to each other. I think a little bit more rigorously.
A really good way to think about it is a balance, or not really a balance so much as is a cycling between being optimistic and then being incredibly skeptical. So it's like, what might this thing be like? It's like Imaginite or something, dematerialized, you know, like what's in your fly-through right now. It's a dematerialized glass that takes you under the ground. And then you have to, like, you know, go to the, you know, evil skeptical deep twin or whatever that says, you know, glass from the outside is black, you know, it's not transparent. So it's the kind of thing that you've got to get very, very realistic about how the reality of this building is going to reinforce your vision. And then you go back to being optimistic. So you flip flop back and forth between those approaches as you move forward and acquire more. What you don't want to do, I think, is acquire so much knowledge that you end up being only reasonable with everything that you propose. You still have to have you have to protect a kind of naive enthusiasm about what your project might be. You've really got to protect that. Like, it could be wonderful, like a material that hasn't been invented yet. You might invent that material.
On your protection idea or comment, also, I feel like don't give all your cards away. I feel like each of those prisms, or whatever you want to call them, your glass boxes or your glass transitions, really your precedents, you talk about, you know, carving the path and looking in the window. Give yourself, protect the views and make it so that I've already been down, I've already seen it. I don't need to go down that fourth hallway. Like make it so that each one has a moment. And you're starting to do that. I was looking through that before I wanted to make a comment. But look at each, make sure you're crafting it. It's not just placed there. What do you want them to see? What are you seeing there? What are you doing there? Why are they there? What are you looking at? But it's really interesting, and I think it's developing. You're still developing it, and to keep moving forward with that, with these ideas.
Yeah, I'd like to say something also. I think what's interesting about your project is like the circulation. I think there's an interesting concept there. The fact that you decided to leave the original building almost intact, that could be questionable or not, but it's a strong idea. I question it because some buildings are iconic for different reasons. And I think that building is iconic for maybe not an aesthetical reason. It's actually sort of like ugly cool. And I don't know how that is represented in this. One of the problems that I have with your project is that it's hard to understand. I see your concept. I think I'm starting to understand them as you talk through each one of our questions, but it's hard to understand honestly through the images that you've presented to us. I think you've got some interesting things going on, but I think you need to develop it a bit more to tell us what you're trying to do. You sort of like mentioned a few concepts of, and Yvonne just said that very clearly, it's how, you know, framing. Some architects force you into framing an image. They force you into going through a path so you see a piece of the landscape. And that is, I think that is very powerful when it's done correctly. I encourage you to look at Luis Barragan work. It's all about framing and forcing you to stay still and just to look at just the one view. And in your project, all you do mention it. It seems like it's doing quite the opposite. It opens up, possibly because of the material that you've chosen, all this crystal and all this. It's hard to discern what is it, what it's not. But I think you're onto something with this path, with the circuit. But I would start exploring more about forcing views, and within that circuit, maybe you want to keep some of those walls solid, and other are open to a specific view. But if you keep it all completely open, then you are distracting your audience. You know, it's so distracting and it's so open that at the end you're not being as powerful as you could be. That said, I think looking at your model, at your original idea, simple model, I like that better than the end result. I think you should go back to your original concept and try to, I don't know, try to polish it a little bit more. I understand that this is speculative and it's cool to throw at ideas, but I guess this revisions also have a purpose, and is, you know, to have an external eye to tell you what things work and what ideas don't. I think it's a powerful thing. Overall, I think you just need to polish it more and go back to your original concept.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. Sorry.
That's okay. And it looks like there's a progression of, and I think that is where it could be interesting, is show us what, you know, I mean, I think I would be fascinated with looking at sidewalls of glass, walking from the parking lot and seeing, because I believe it's set underground, and then you seeing the earth and coming out. You know, how does each one, almost like a layer, how does each transition become another layer that you're revealing to us? But that's what's really beautiful about your concept model, is that it has, like, there's a progression.
I mean, maybe you know, you started off talking about sound, which I thought was really interesting. You know, sound and architecture, and that seems to be missing from this. You know, so I think you know, the True Detective mapping that you did was about sound, and then you've created a similar loop, you know, here. And is there something about the path that people are taking as it relates to sound, either with the water or nature or cinema, you know, like, you know, what is that relationship potentially could be a way to help you solve that a little bit. And then I agree, like you've talked a lot about the project being about views, but you're not using the language of cinema, which is a frame, to frame views. You're just opening 360 glass, which is actually not a view, or it's not a framed view, you know. So then you're saying that the kind of void in between the buildings actually isn't the view that you're framing, but your buildings have really specific shapes that are not about framing a view. So I think that's what needs to be thought about, I think, a little bit more rigorously.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with basically everyone's comments about the framing views. But if you want to push back against that and say, hey, actually, that's not what this project is about. Maybe it's about arriving at certain places. Maybe those, I mean, that's what the idea model seems to imply to me, is that it's not actually about framing views. It's about sort of like a circular procession through a series of stops. And the stops aren't the views necessarily, it's being in a different kind of building. Like, that's what this idea model is maybe one reading of this idea model is, it's kind of a loosely just distributed 3 or 4 different buildings or 3 or 4 different spaces. They each have their own characteristic. And the thing that unifies them is just like this like kind of like almost similar experience of proceeding in between them, but due to the elevational differences that this model is implying, you actually end up seeing different things. Like, even though like, let's imagine they're just bridges, like a typical bridge, because they're going up and down these buildings, you end up just seeing different things anyway. Just like looking at it in elevation. I think I don't know, I also agree with Yvonne and others that the idea model is really compelling because it's so simple and because it like really could be read in so many different ways as we are reading it right now. You know, I think that way of working with this idea model, the way that you made it, I think was really clever and it's so simple. It's just boxes connected by bridges. And I think that is such a very clear partie of like, but like, what are the different ways that these things could relate to each other and all the different spatial conditions that could arise from that, just from changing the elevation, changing the slope. Like, wouldn't it, when you're on a, you know, a very steep ramp incline to get up to this building, or when you arrive only from the top or just from the bottom, I think those are all different things that you did start to do in the final project. But I think the clarity of those, the relationship between the bridges and the individual buildings maybe was lost, I think, because of the each building kind of like had like almost like an arbitrary kind of like configuration. They were I guess you like jumped from these like pure forms to like more complicated, I guess, plans that like made it difficult to read this relationship, which is really a dialogue between 2 elements, and it's just a matter of changing certain parameters between those 2 elements that changes all the different potential views. And like, anyway, I like that. And it reminds me of Moss Architects, the way they design through models. I don't know if you're familiar with them, but they really make models like this, and then they design a building in a very literal way, from like very silly, so simple, so dumbed down models like this. It also reminded me of Coop Himmelblau.
Yeah, what?
High school number 9. Like before you showed me the materials, I was thinking about Coop Himmelblau.
I think, look at Moss. There's something more kind of primal and primitive there. The one other thing I really like about it is the idea that there's a sort of like faceted circuit that violates the ground plane. It like moves independently of the ground plane, because I think that's a really powerful way to experience the site. Okay.
Great, thank you.
I just wanted to commend you on giving us the experience. I just went through your fly through again. A lot of the projects talked about all these things, but we never saw anything. And I really think you did a great job of giving us an experience. I can't find you. There you are. And so I just want to commend you on that, because it really is for us to give you a rich review, being able to have experienced these moments you're trying to create. And I have a building to recommend that I think could be interesting, in sort of how the sun and light could change the way this looks, is the Cartier Foundation in Paris. It deals with reflecting off of a glass wall. And I think that could be fun to look at. You did a lot of what it's like inside your building looking out. I think it could be interesting to see how light would change. And like you said, at night too, would be interesting how light will change the look of your building with the movement of the sun.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We got one more to go. So Riley, I think you can bring us home. We've got everybody warmed up for you now. You get this sort of special spot of going last. Michael, is that the sun I see coming up and in the background where you are?
What?
Michael Baker, is that the sun rising in the background where you are?
Morning.
Yeah, it's morning now.
I don't even know what time it is. I think the sun is still out. I can't tell. Okay, Riley, are you okay? Are you up for?
Yes, I'm gonna
the
share.
slide? Great.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around. It's a very good comment. Good.
Yes, thank you guys. Okay, so this is my work from the first half of, oh, my name's Riley, by the way. This is my work from the first half of the semester, like a timeline and like map of like a scene from Birdman. And then I'm just gonna go through these really quickly. These are two like section drawings that for the section projects that we did. I was like really interested in like the thought of carving into the ground, which kind of carried through the whole semester, which y'all will see. And then this is my 7 stories drawing and model. And yeah, and then, okay, so here we go. So for the Sea Home project, I was interested, I wanted to a building in a theater that kind of conveyed these 3 ideas of process. One of progression, like where you realize and like realization and surprise that lead to entry in seeing in views, and then a process of like gradient and light that I think about whenever I go to the movie theaters, how I hate, like especially if I go during the day, I hate seeing like coming out and being blinded by the light because it's so dark and then so bright. So I kind of wanted to think about how I could create a gradient in that way. And then I wanted it to be like an experience for the people attending, that they discover the entrances and then descend into it, interact with it, and then ascend out of it. So here are just some of my beginning sketches that I thought through. This is kind of the main one that plays out through my whole model or my whole project that I kind of kept of this sectional entering into this, but yeah, and this is the progression of like the things that you do when you go to the theater. And then this is kind of just like I was thinking about the different theaters that I wanted to think about, and a really crappy idea model. And then this is a drawing kind of expressing how I wanted to do all of those things, but still preserve the integrity of the Seaholm building by like keeping its facade and not distracting from its beauty, because I think it's a really cool and pretty and just like a really big landmark for Austin. So I wanted to preserve that, but still integrate all of these things. So it kind of reminded me of like an iceberg, because most of the things, like when you're far away, you only see what is already existing there. And then when you, like, there's just more to it underground when you look closer. So here are some of my precedents that I was looking at that helped me think about things. Olympic Park in Seattle. I don't know where this one is. And then this, I don't know how to say this, visitor center. Sorry, I don't know why I put those words that way. And then show you, do I need to, I'm gonna stop share for a second to show you my GIF if I can. Sorry. Okay. Here's just a really glitchy fly through to kind of show the idea of everything. Okay. So, my site plan showing how I, this shows how I really dug and I wanted to dig into the ground, and that is the main alteration to the site, but I also changed the hike and bike trail to go over these kind of holes in the ground, I guess. You'll see later. And then here is my floor plan. Sorry, the line lights are kind of messed up. And this kind of shows how you go through the building and how extensively like underground it is. But basically you come in from stairs and enter this underground, open air lobby area. And then you go into the building where there's a kitchen and bar concessions or whatever and ticketing. And then there's indoor and outdoor eating areas. And then that kind of leads into the different theaters. And a main idea that I wanted to make sure I expressed was that it was a one-way progression that didn't really, like you didn't go in and come out of the same doors. So I wanted the exits, I wanted there to be exits to the theaters out of the opposite way that you came in. So all of these theaters have stairs that lead out onto the hike and bike trail, and there's also this connecting tunnel that connects all of the different stairs underground, which is kind of hard to see in this plan, but I'll show these sections, kind of just talk more about how the stairs and the path, the hike and bike trail overhead interact and how they interact with the existing building. Yeah, that shows an exit to one of the theaters. And then this, oh, I also forgot to mention, this is an outdoor theater that you can see right here with seating. And then this is a cut facing, if you're standing on Cesar Chavez and facing the water, this is what you'd see. And this is also a little boardwalk so you can walk out onto the water kind of. And then these kind of just show the different cuts because there are a lot of different just sections that I took through the building, and no two exits or stairs are the same really. And so you can kind of see the tunnel that connects all of the stairs. I mean, all the stairs. And then I have some perspectives that this one is showing what the open air lobby would look like and feel like, and this is the little boardwalk. And then this is what it would look like to be walking on the hike and bike trail that goes across these big gaps where the stairs are, the exit stairs. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, and then I have one more GIF if you want to see. Sorry, 1 second. This kind of just shows the construction. I was thinking a lot about retaining walls and how they would interact with like the terrain that is already existing. Oh.
Can you go to the manifesto GIF of the similar view? The one that's black with the ghosted view below.
What'd you say?
Can you go to the manifesto image, the one that has the black image with the ghosting of the volumes below? That one, yeah. Okay. I would linger on that one. That one's nice.
Riley, I really like that you have left the building, the intake building, as untouched as possible. But other than the open air lobby that's down there on the water level, what else is going on in that space? Within the existing shell.
Oh, that not a lot goes on in there. I guess the eating area and that's in the existing shell, and then up above, I didn't cut a section through it. There's like entryways that these stairs connect to, but there's also these there's like an entry for the elevator that on the top floor. If that makes sense.
You can enter upstairs and then ride down.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's nothing like I would intend for it to be kind of bare boned and not for a lot of adjustments to be made to it, because I think, I don't know, I just wanted to keep it as it is. Obviously it needs to be gutted a little bit, but you know.
Yeah, I like that. I think that the qualities of the building are considerable. And I guess in your presentation, I would like to see some more of the experience of that. You know, the materiality, the age, and how does that relate to the project that you've kind of slipped underneath it? What is the connection from an experiential point of view?
Okay.
I like the clarity here. I think that what you're doing is very, you know, it's a very, I mean, it'd be a Herculean undertaking to excavate so much soil, but I mean, this is a speculative project, so not impossible. It'd just be very expensive. I was just wondering, like, I like the idea that like the reason you would need to excavate or whatever is just like you don't want to add anything else to this landscape. You want to kind of just leave the landscape as it is and preserve. It's almost like a preservation project where you're trying to like preserve the existing building and how it looks like from the outside, like to the rest of the city. Like in a way, it's like because most of the building is underground, you don't really perceive anything new. unless you enter it. So I like that as like an idea. I feel like the circulation could have changed a little bit, like where you enter, why not also have that mediation of light as when you exit? Like why not change some of those stairways that you have that are in the ground to like entry stairways, and some of them are exit stairways. And I really like the outdoor theater as well as like an idea. I guess like have you looked at like any other, I'm sure you're familiar with like some of these other projects that like go underground, you're excavating things where there's like a solid void relationship.
Can you think of any? Because I've struggled with this. There's something very powerful and slightly familiar, but I've been unable to remember or identify it. I mean, the simple gesture with a mark in the ground and then void created.
Yeah.
What about
it's
the
definitely, what's that?
9/11 memorial?
Right. That's definitely a solid void project. Definitely, it's literally leaving the void there, and you descend. There's a lot of memorial projects that take on this approach. Actually, there's the Peter Eisman Holocaust Memorial, where from afar it looks just like a flat plaza, but you descend into it, and the further and further you descend into this grid of like giant stone, you realize the weight of this problem. And then there's another more recent memorial by Math Design Group, which you may have seen because they presented here recently. That's it's the National Memorial for Peace and Justice, which is it's a memorial to all of the African Americans who were lynched. And you also descend into that project to the point where you descend underneath the memorial and it's above you. So I guess those are just some other precedents that maybe you could just, maybe you're familiar with them.
Vietnam Vets does the same thing also. The Vietnam veterans, the creation of the wall is really just like it's a cleave in the ground that you walk into to experience.
Then there's the thermal baths by Peter Zumthor, which is an entirely different project, but it's mostly underground. But I think the simplicity of like, I mean, it's not a simple thing to excavate so much soil, but the clarity of your idea is very, I like that.
Thank you.
There was an image that John asked you to go back to, where you could see the stairs. Yeah, that one. That is such a powerful image.
Yeah.
I think that is. I agree that is probably the best image from all your work. It definitely reminded me of the Peter Zumthor's thermal baths. For sure, there's something to it. There's something sort of like what's interesting about your project is also what's not interesting about it. I might not be very clear with that, but it seems like you're very shy in you don't want to show any of your design by burying it, and that is again that's a powerful thing. Most architects are quite the opposite. We're a bunch of show-offs with massive eco problems. So this is like a very, not all of them, but this is a very interesting sort of like approach of staying away from that and just being more in a tranquil, dark, silent space created by this void that you've created. The only thing that I question, and I think I might be missing something in general, like why is this building so iconic to Austin I find it interesting. I think it's cool in an interesting way, but not necessarily from an aesthetic point of view, more from a social point of view. It's interesting for many other reasons, but trying so hard to preserve it, I just find it interesting in general. Again, I warned you that it was going to be a confusing review of what you did, because I'm contradicting myself a bunch. But in general, I think it's an interesting approach. I wonder what would happen if it rains a lot with all those open escalators going down. There's a lot of technical things that would need to be resolved there, on top of, the cost of digging so much earth from it. But that's beyond this project, this point of your project. Presentation-wise, I think this is such a striking image, just because of the contrast of water, the building itself, and then everything else. I would love if you could carry on with this aesthetic with the rest of your presentation, just because I found it striking. So I don't know if that made any sense. I think there's some interesting things.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good question why we like this building so much, because any place else in the country, like the Northeast, they just say, but part of it is that we don't have many historic buildings at all in Texas, and plus it's a kind of unique sort of semi-deco, kind of grandiose and modest at the same time. So it's a wonderful little building. But on the other hand, yeah, what's the big deal? So it's a fair question.
Yeah, I think it's among the most compelling that we've seen, and I really appreciate how kind of clear it is. I would challenge, though, to be maybe a little bit more rigorous about the process. So you mapped out the process of like what it's like to kind of buy a ticket and go see a movie, which I think is really smart. The way you just, this is what happens and this is what I want that flow to be like. But I think you maybe missed a little bit of it, how that feels, and I question what it's actually like to leave the theater here. So you've just kind of been into Marvel or wherever, cinematic universe, and then you leave and you're faced with a wall of stairs that you have to climb to get back to the real world. And I think, I hate when reviewers do this, but I actually think that you should reverse the progression where you go down the stairs, you go underneath the cinemas to watch the movie, and then you leave through the Seaholm building, so that you have a moment to think about what you just saw. Because the reverse here is kind of like, okay, get out, get into your car, cross the street, like climb the stairs. It's a bit brutal. I think the leaving, and I think you've missed this opportunity to kind of create architecture that helps foster how you feel after you watched a movie. And for me, I would rather look at water. I'd rather look at nature. I'd rather get my cocktail then and kind of look out over the city rather than climb a set of stairs. So
yeah, that's a really good point
to think about.
Also, all this, the sheer scale of how much egress stair there is at the very front of the building invites entrance instead of egress, right?
Yeah. I thought about that a lot, and I kind of wanted to, that's kind of why I redid this trail, which I'm not sure if it was actually successful, but I wanted to keep foot traffic away from the exits so that people wouldn't just meander on into the exits. It is a fair point, because I thought about, after I kind of established my theme or whatever, my vision, I realized that it would be kind of like daunting to come out of a movie and then see these huge stairs. But yeah, it's a good.
Wind up on Cesar Chavez, which is a pretty busy.
Yeah, true.
Because if it's the entrance, then you could actually think about how those gashes in the earth allow light into the lobby, you know, which would potentially be underneath the where you actually see the theater, you know, but because they're up against the theaters, which can't have light, they become these really harsh spaces, you know, and they're really not spaces, they're just a set of stairs, you know. But if it's an entrance, it can feel more, feel more spatial and more about bringing light into the building, which is also related to what you talked about kind of with your section studies.
Yep, I think it's a really rich proposal, and I would continue to think about it or resurrect it in a future studio or something, because Michael raises a good point. You might actually slide the movie theaters more towards the street and have the gashes or voids go to the existing building in some way and carry you down that way. There's some variant of this that might work better and be richer. But I keep thinking about it. There's a huge amount of potential just with the kind of direct, simple power of the proposition.
And I will commend you, Riley, on your use of metaphor in terms of the tip of the iceberg, in terms of both a presentation methodology. You say a lot with very few words, but also as a way to invite your own thinking about the project. I think that helped you stay very clear. I'm not sure where tip of the iceberg came up in your process, but it really clarifies everything, brings it all together. And in terms of pitching this project, that would be, you know, really key.
I was worried you were going to take my comment with the iceberg. I think the whole presentation with concrete and the blues and the ice and the cold, I felt like I was there when you were walking us through the plan. The only thing is I was like, I want to go back and get a cocktail when you were trying to take me out of the theater. You gave me a hallway, but I think the reverse, it's like Michael said, inviting you in from the street, you just process down and you move. That's the better flow of the building. But I think, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but I think with all of the retaining walls and the cold and the blues and the iceberg, you really, I was feeling it too, as well. Good job.
Very good.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Riley. Thanks for bringing us home on that thing. Thank you. That concludes our day of review. Before you guys go away, I just wanted to publicly thank Yvonne, especially for stepping into the beginning of the semester and doing such a wonderful job with the class. And Yvonne and Bernardo for sticking out, being on the review all day. This is what my days look like frequently. So it's very good to have you guys here. Adam and Aaron and Michael Bricker, so good to have you on the review this afternoon. Great comments and really good. All of the people that have been like glued to every comment throughout the rest of the day, but whose picture we don't see, who may or may not be there, I don't know. I think we'll probably have a reconvene for just a little bit of business work on Friday around the beginning of studio, just to talk about portfolio review next week. I just start cleaning up and putting your stuff together in the meantime. Get some rest also, and also do listen in onto the other reviews that are going on around the school. So there's a lot of really good stuff. Adam's studio in particular should be very good. So track that one down and look at some of the work going on there. From what I know about it from the two guys I have from my other class.
Thanks.
Yeah, this is kind of weird. Usually we're in person and we get to shake hands and and wave and hug and say and everything else, but we don't really get to do that. So thank you guys for a wonderful semester. Really weird, the weirdest, longest, strangest semester ever, but the work was very good, and thank you for all the wonderful sticking to it with everything going on. So thank you everybody. Thank you especially to Yvonne. Appreciate it so much.